Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, my fellow YouTubers. I want to welcome you all to Harry Sky Rita Lee's video blog, Coffee Time with Rita. Today we aren't really doing much of Coffee Time with Rita. I got coffee there, but we got some serious discussion morning. Okay, news flash just came out. A big news flash just came out. All right, the big news of the day is. Please excuse me. I'm going to make sure to cross-check this real quick. But from everything I've noticed is... I'm going to cross-check this now for you. But big news of the day is the United States has approximately... This is coming from various sources. Mainstream media is trying to keep it away from you guys. Damn it. All right, so it's apparently, all right, so it's coming from different sources, but I found it right here because I just cross-checked it. Okay, so pay attention, everyone. This is big news. This is why I keep telling you to prep. You guys need to prep, okay? Fuel prices on diesel fuel is going through the roof. Why? Well, the Federal Oil Reserve, let's just call it the U.S. Oil Reserve here, is down to a whopping approximately 25 days of diesel nationwide. But you got to ask yourself when we talk about this, right? It says U.S. is getting worried closing to a national diesel shortage. Bloomberg reports that the demand for fuel is up, but at the same time, supply in the U.S. remains at the lowest level of the season. However, on the other hand, gasoline prices remain relatively steady. The current average price, who cares about the gas? Okay, Higgins is going to be like, I'm voting Republican because of gas. I don't care what you're voting for, okay? This isn't about who's voting for who. This is about what the hell we're going to be doing, and this is why I'm here this morning. I wasn't going to get on this morning. Country now has 25 days supply of diesel, and that's the lowest level since 2008. On top of that, demand of diesel is at its highest seasonal level since 2007 because of higher trucking, farming, and heating use. You see, when I turned around the other day and I said to you guys, you got to basically take the oil and account for heating oil and stuff. I meant it. Now, before we go into details, yes, I was back yesterday. Yes, I'm wearing my jammies again. Yes, I've been lazy this morning. Yes, all right. This could spell serious aid for the midterms. It could be. I mean, literally, people are going to be panicked. But the mainstream media is not talking about this, and this is where I come in. I come in to say, look, this morning, Bloomberg came out and said, and stuff. I was going through my news feed, and I was like, oh, the mainstream media doesn't want you guys hearing about it. But being a prepper, this is the job that I got to do for a Sunday edition. All right. An analyst described the diesel reserve as unacceptable low. Could drive up inflation if the levels continue to decrease. You see, a lot of you people think, oh, what's that got to do with us? I'll explain it. National stockpiles are drained as refiners enter maintenance season, and Russia's war in Ukraine tightened global supply and limited imports. Market backwardation, where prompt deliveries are priced at premiums over future deliveries, have made building inventory extremely costly, feeding into a vicious cycle of tight supply and price spikes. In New England, where more people burn diesel fuel for heating than anywhere else in the country, stockpilers are less than a third of typical levels at this time of year. Oh, yeah. So basically, apparently they're saying 1 million barrels of diesel. 1 million barrels of diesel is good news, right? 1 million barrels. You take a diesel pickup truck that might hold approximately 100 gallons of diesel, right? You multiply that by as many pickup truck spots. What about motorhomes? What if you're driving a 50-foot Winnebago. Hypothetically, I call all RVs Winnebagos. Okay, let's just get this over with today. And all 50-foot Winnebagos that are diesel pushers are literally 4 to 5, maybe 250 to 500 gallon tanks. Okay, supposedly, I think it's like 150 to 300 is average. I don't know how big a gas tank is unless you take away the ability for your poop tanks to be smaller. Yeah. So what does that mean exactly for the fuel problem? Well, that's where I come in. You see, the American people need to realize. American people need to realize we're in a crisis. Okay, this is worse than, the whole train thing delaying, because the problem we have is this. Okay, without diesel fuel, farmers can't move their tractors. A lot of them are on diesel, if you didn't know, diesel powered tractors. But since they're in maintenance and, etc., some people say, oh, well, the farmers are fine. The farmers aren't fine because some of them aren't affording the fertilizer. But this isn't about talking about fertilizer today, okay? This is talking about the biggest problem in history. That is, we're running out of fuel, diesel fuel. Why? Diesel fuel's going to hurt the entire economy. For example, while you sit there and you say, oh, you don't know anything, really. Why am I the one doing these videos every day, basically keeping you guys informed? Think about it this way. The diesel fuel problem is worse than we thought, because if there's 25 days, they're going to be running out of diesel right after the election. People are going to be panic buying. I'm sorry to say, but let's just say we're not going to get into politics here, right? We're not talking about elections. This isn't about an election video. This is about diesel fuel and what the ramifications could be, okay, for you preppers. Without diesel fuel, and this is only taking account for them talking about the supply in the country, that means they're going to start diesel fuel rationing, all right? Because we are having problems with Ukraine and other things and trying to get our supplies in and everything else. That's going to hurt us all. And you say, well, what do we do about it, boss? Think about it. Without diesel fuel, and they can't bring in diesel fuel gets severely crunched. Number 4, diesel fuel, everyone, is what they use for jet fuel. Oh, well, I don't fly, so my truck's more important, yeah. Okay, so you don't fly. What about the other people that fly? They're stuck. Well, they could take another mode of transportation. Okay, let's talk about that. Diesel fuel's used on Amtrak trains. Does that ring a bell? What about buses? Every Greyhound bus or subsidiary of Greyhound uses diesel. This isn't just telling my cousin to go fire up his Jeep and drive it because it's gasoline. They own a diesel pickup truck. But that means that they're stuck at home unless they use the diesel pickup or the gas pickup truck or the gas Jeep. That's it. Or they use old Ziggy, and I don't think he wants to run around that Ziggy much, That's the Mustang, by the way. The not the Mustang, the Camaro. Sorry, I think if I insulted Dinky, she'd be upset that I call her car a Mustang. It's a Camaro. All right. Now, we're not talking about Camaros and Mustangs. Well, where here is this. You sit there and say, oh, well, you see, everyone's worried about themselves, okay? They're like, oh, well, it doesn't affect me. Well, think about it. This does affect everyone. This affects me. This affects Fanny. This affects Higgins. This affects Dinky. This affects Pee-wee. This affects Dan. This infects the entire world. We're out of diesel and they can't get back, and the diesel can't be refilled fast enough. That means, I'm going to read it down to you. List by list. List by list, people, okay. you run out of diesel fuel. 25 days is what the news said, right? They're not taking an account completely across the United States for hundreds and hundreds of thousands of gallons being used for, but not limited to, number 4 diesel, which is used for airliners. Oh, well, that doesn't affect me. Then they're not taking account for all the diesel fuel that's used as diesel heaters in the country, around the country that uses diesel fuel. Then they're not taking account for all the diesel that's being used, quote unquote, for Amtrak and Greyhound buses. You can say, well, that doesn't. Then they're not counting for all the buses around the country, like my beloved Zoe lives in Chicago. What if she gets up one day and she finds out the buses aren't running because there is no fuel for diesel? You see, you could sit there and be like, oh, well, what about these RVers that's told they got to park their RVs because they're using a diesel pushing motorhome that's like $250,000 to $1 million Winnebago? Then what? Then what? Then what happened? Then you have no diesel for them. Oh, well, and then if number 4 diesel fuel can't be used for airlines, that means everything goes by truck. But what happens when you have no diesel fuel to produce for the truck? I.e., what if you go and you want groceries shipped to warehouses? Walmart can't ship their manufacturers can't ship their stuff by diesel. Diesel trains or diesel trucks. They all sit in depots. Airlines sit on the runways. People can't fuel their diesel powered vehicles. That's not including the mega yachts. They use diesel generators and diesel engines. Think about it. When you look at the big broad spectrum of diesel, you sit there and you don't think about it, right? But until it affects the point where if you run out and they can't get it fixed, which no one knows what's coming, you're going to have a miracle this time around. That cripples the economy. Now, Joe Biden can come out and say, oh, he's going to fix it, but how? He can't. Literally, he can't. I mean, literally. He's taking all our oil reserves and making it into gasoline because apparently the definition of a gas shortage is we need to keep the American people driving gasoline vehicles. But then what? Are we going to go in and see if the factories around the country that has, gasoline powered trucks, or you guys just sit there and run a U-Haul every day for $30, add it to your shipping costs and start driving a U-Haul, pumping gasoline for it, saying I'm going to rent it for a week at a time and be like, yes, I need this truck because I'm a company. I mean, literally, diesel semis won't run. Yachts won't run. Airplanes won't run. Trains won't run. Buses won't run. People that rely as farmers that only have diesel-powered pickup trucks and farms won't run. Think about it. Is this big? Yes. Is this too big? Yes. Is this Mondo? Yes. Think of it. The election's coming up in approximately, like what? A little over 2 weeks, I think, right? Like 15 or 16 days, right? So think of it. Right before the election, mainstream media is not talking about it. But this comes over the wire for me on something else. And then what happens? And then the news is basically giving you And the news is not even giving you this mode. They're basically saying, quote, unquote, the economy may be better than you think. Really? This is just going to cripple the economy, and they know it. And this is why I needed to bring this to your attention on this Sunday morning. This is something I wasn't literally going to do, but think about it. You have a diesel shortage, and not any mainstream media is talking about it. You have to go through different channels, and then they're like, oh, well, it's fake. It's fear tactics, really. I don't think it's fear tactics, people. If the mainstream media, including the big mainstream like NBC, CBC, CBS, NBC, ABC, PBS, CNN, Fox News, ONN, and Newsmax, ain't going to basically post it. Before getting on here, I actually sat down and did the research, pulling up the information. Let me tell you. Bloomberg saying it. They're not even covering Bloomberg. They don't want anyone to panic. They think before they let the news out, they're going to try to fix this. To fix this, he would have to take literally and make 30,000 gallons a day of 30 million gallons a day of petroleum reserves, and then turn around 30 million gallons and then take half of that 30 million gallons or even 50 million gallons a day to be on the safe side and make sure that at least 30 to 40 million gallons is refined into diesel just to make the country safe. Because without diesel, we ain't going anywhere. This is going to be the worst news ever. And remember what I said, something big's going to happen. This might be what the nail in the coffin for, too. I mean, literally, without diesel fuel, country goes down the toilet. And then how do we fix it? We just sit back and say, zippity doo dah, zippity yay. I mean, literally. Now, I know Zoe, if she was here, she'd be like, why are you on a Sunday edition? Well, let's just say I had an obligation to get this news article out. The news article out was pretty damn big. I mean, literally, 25 days. I've already read you guys the information. Country runs out of diesel. That means, oh, well, it doesn't affect me, so, it doesn't affect me, so we're all gravy. Oh, really? Well, what if you went and you ordered something online? Let me tell you what's going to happen if the diesel part is not fixed. I'm going to basically spell it out for you this morning. It goes like this, people. American people, well, if they can't fix the diesel problem, you're going to have some new serious shit hit the fan so fast it ain't going to be hurting. This is why I'm going to keep telling you to prep. You see, as long as there's 25 days of diesel left, then you got some serious stuff to think about. You see, this ain't just about the problem. You sit there and say, oh, well, the problem's not. No. This is worse than the problem. You see, Americans need to realize without diesel, nothing moves. You can say, oh, well, yeah, that's great. Really. Number 4, diesel fuel. Let's just break down. Let's use Zoe as an example this morning. She's enjoying herself in Chicago. Let's just say Zoe decides to order me a scanner. Right? No diesel. Sitting in a warehouse. They can't move the scanner to the shipping area because UPS, FedEx, I'm going to use UPS for example, can't move from Amazon to the UPS hub because there's no diesel. The trucks take diesel. And then from there, they can't sort it to get to another truck to move it out. The U.S. Postal Service that ships everything by truck right now, would be stalled. Not only is Louis DeJoy's trucking business would come to a grinding halt, the entire country would come to a grinding halt. You say, oh, well, that means no groceries are being brought in. Grocery stores will be panic buying. They can be stripped in 24 hours. I mean, literally, hasn't anyone even thought about this? Huh? I mean, you guys sit there and say, what's the possibility of nuclear war? 4 or 5%. 4%. You ask me, what's the possibility of something else? Think about it. You think they can find and refill the reserve within 25 days? Huh? I don't think so. Think about it. Without diesel, that means there is no damn groceries. They can't load it on a train and move it out. They're going to start fuel rationing people. They're going to start literally rationing things. This came out today, so I'm going to do an example for you, okay? I'm going to do an example for you. You're not going to like this. All right, so we're going to do this. All right, so today is the 23rd. We got 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 days till payday. 11 days for me, right? So let's just move it to November, right? All right, so we got 7 days, 14 days, 21 days, 22, 23, 24, 25. We got enough diesel till November 17th if we start rationing it. We can make it last longer if we start fixing things. But the problem is election day is the 8th. All right, so that's 25 days. 24, 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, so 16 days till the election, right? 9 days after the election, you're out of fuel. Think about it. Oh, or 8 days. Yeah, 8 days. Think about it. You sit there and you think nothing of it, right? And you got some nice person like Higgins like, I'm worried about gas, really. You should worry about more than gas right now. You should be worried how that you're going to get your packages. If your mom gets medicine, Higgins, you're going to have to worry about how her meds. This doesn't just affect one person. This affects the entire nation. Without diesel, people can't fly. Without diesel, emergency helicopters can't rescue you. Without diesel, some helicopters use diesel. So without it, they might not even be able to take you to the nearest hospital unless they have a gasoline helicopter. Without diesel, ambulance can't run. Without diesel, semi-trucks can't deliver your goods from factory to warehouse to store. Without diesel, trains can't pick up and deliver to depots for trucks to pick up. Without diesel, yachts can't be moved. Do I need to go on? So, diesel affects the medical provider. Without diesel, fire trucks can't run. Think about 25 days without diesel, fire trucks won't run. Ambulances won't run. Food shortages will come early. Without diesel, buses won't run. Trains won't run. Airplanes won't run. So I want you to think about it this happy Sunday. What in your life that you rely on? This is also a minor speech for a sermon, like a church thing. You got to thank the farmers for using a diesel tractor to get you your food. You got to thank a trucker for delivering the cows to the packing plant so you get your meats. You got to thank the airplanes, the airlines and Boeing for making the planes to get you from. You got to thank the trains for getting you places. You got to thank the bus makers for making buses that get you around there. Without diesel, you're taking you lost your ability to enjoy things that your freedom is. Think about it. This just cripples your freedoms. You don't drive? You guys sit there and say, oh, well, how does this affect me? Oh, well, let's see. Without diesel fuel, packages can't be flown from one hub to another, right? One hub to another. One hub to another, and then loaded on a truck. Amazon can't move packages. Target can't move packages. Walmart can't move packages. No one moves packages. Oh, well, you know. Then, without diesel fuel, grocery stores can't restock. Unless the companies decided that they kept some emergency trucks on standby running gasoline. Everything's diesel. Think about it. Yachts, rich yacht owners will be stuck in port. Trains won't move. Airlines won't move. Food won't move. Packages won't move. You say, oh, well, once the grocery stores run out. Think about it. Think about it. Everything comes to a grinding halt. Oh, well, it doesn't affect me, really. You know, when I talk to Fanny, right, when I say things like, this is self-sufficient, this is going to lead up to the biggest part of the prepping story today. and that is, but not limited to, a possibility of martial law. Think about it. If there is no diesel, food shortages start early. There's no diesel, no airplanes move. Everything's grounded. If there's no diesel, yachts don't move. If there's no diesel, semi-trucks don't move. If there's no diesel, people don't work. Think about it. Think about it. You got no diesel, rationing people's homes because these people don't want to trust the government racking their electric bill up, so they go with diesel possibly. And wood stoves. But if there's no wood to burn, they can't get wood. They can't get diesel. Without diesel, you can't drive the trucks out unless they're gasoline to repair the power lines, phone lines, internet lines. Without diesel, you can't move groceries. That means without diesel, semi-trucks can't deliver restaurants their supplies. Without diesel, grocery stores can't deliver their supplies. Without diesel, you ain't flying for Thanksgiving. When they said Thanksgiving's going to be the most expensive meal of the year, I think they weren't lying. I think this is what they were going to tell us. And this just got out. And now I don't know what to tell you guys. But I hope this is a lesson. Yeah, that's something that you guys need to know. I mean, think about it. Without diesel, Zoe couldn't go from her apartment complex to get groceries. She'd have to live off what she has at home. Without diesel, No one's getting off this island where we live because the diesel ferries run diesel electric. Without diesel, they're stuck. Mm-hmm. So unless the companies literally, this ain't gonna cripple just one side. This isn't gonna cripple the whole country. People won't go to work. And then they'll try to extend food stamps, and they can't because there's no way to buy groceries. So, this is going to be something I will be adding to my list to watch out for. Because if they can't fix it, your best bet is to prep and prep like hell. Prep fast because there could be options coming down the pipe that we don't even know about. Martial law could be one of them. Told Chloe they could do martial law. And by the way, I've not seen any power plants yet, for the record, that runs diesel fuel. Usually natural gas, oil burning, or coal, or nuclear. So we're fine on the power grid. We're not fine. And by the way, without power, without people working, in restaurants, because restaurants are shut down, you see, this will cripple, this fuel shortage crisis could cripple the industry permanently. You say, oh, well, it doesn't affect me, really. So you must live on an island somewhere where you eat coconuts and drink seawater, filter seawater. If it doesn't affect you, because it's going to affect the whole damn world. It'll affect the U.S. the worst. I mean, Saudi Arabia, Middle Eastern countries, they can just go take their oil out of the ground, go and process it for diesel. And then they can basically say, oh, we're processing diesel, but they can tell America to fuck off because America uses too much fuel. Think about it. We're the country that sucks up the most resources in this country. Why do you think that people hate us? We're going to run out of oil because we use more oil than any other country in the world. If you live in a city and you have mass transit, use it. You live out in the country, you got a car, get a basic car that gets you around that doesn't suck up too much gas. Use it frugally. Too many people think that they're entitled to all this. A lot of people are saying they're entitled to diesel. Yeah, you're entitled to it if you pay for it. But what if you say you're entitled to it and there is no diesel, huh? Then what? This is why I came on this morning. I mean, look at it. This is bigger news than anything. Without diesel, businesses go under because they can't get their supplies. All businesses that rely on it. I live on an island, okay? You say, oh, well, it doesn't affect me. Really? You want to go see the webcam? You want to see the sea cam down at the harbor and how many boats run on diesel? You want to see the ferry that runs on diesel? Doesn't affect me? Then, on top of that, it affects all of you if you want your packages delivered. Eventually, without diesel, all those packages sitting in the UPS and FedEx hubs won't be guarded because people can't get to work unless they're driving gas. And then they'll be doubled down and protecting those packages from being stolen, which then they can't sort them. Then they'll be sitting in a box for days or weeks or months until they can get the diesel fuel. And then there's a new backup problem of backed up supplies. Well, factories could sit there and produce the products. How are they going to get the raw materials to make the products without diesel? Trains aren't going to be running. They're going to be sitting idly by. Not only is the engineer sitting there going, oh, well, we'll make a deal, but now they can't sit in the engine and be like, they'll be stuck at home, living off their savings, hoping like hell the diesel problem gets fixed. You know what? I'm going to say this. It isn't a political statement. But you don't think the rest of the world's punishing us for backing Ukraine up, do you? We help Ukraine with advanced weapons. Without diesel, we can't fly the advanced weapons to Ukraine. We can't do jack diddly shit. We're stuck. We're a duck in water. We're basically You can sit there and say, oh, really? This is the biggest thing that's come out recently that's big news right before the election. And even if you get Republicans, they ain't going to fix it. They could turn around and turn off the faucet. What's Biden going to do? Make 100 million gallons of gas, pumping it out of our own reserves? Think about it. Think about it. This is bigger news than we can think. Not only a restaurant goes out of business and whale watching boats go out of business, and and fishing boats go out of business. Oh, how's fishing boats affect us? Because they run on diesel. Fishing boats will be in the harbor collecting dust and not moving because they have no fuel to move. That means that restaurants go out of business. Some restaurant hotels go out of business. Trains don't move. This is basically a legal version of locking down people, pretty much, unless you have gasoline. Then you could drive from one state to the next. They can refine all the gasoline they want. But can they move things? Oh, not to mention, let me just tell you something. People would be stupid if there was no diesel to even drive their car. Oh, how does that affect me? I own a car. Because what if you need to get tires and there is no tires to get because they can't restock? Tire factories can't ship it off to their distributors because their distributors can't move it because there's no diesel fuel. You can sit there. What about car parts, huh? Car parts are loaded on a truck and sent to Napa and AutoZone and Pep Boys. Without it, what happens? You ain't going anywhere. This could be a martial law thing by the Biden administration, too. And maybe that's why they're basically prepping for it. They're saying civil war. But you know what? You can't do a civil war without diesel, I bet. So, can you guys give me one moment? I need to use the restroom. I know. This is big news. This is bigger news than I thought. And it's scary news. It's the biggest, worst news in the world. I'm talking about the pandemic, Chloe, the new pandemic. You want to listen to it, you should tune in. you're interested in my channel, you might want to watch it, Chloe. Thank you, everyone, for waiting. Another problem we have with the diesel shortage is this. The military can't move. Military planes use diesel fuel. Military uses diesel trucks. They can also use on their double deuce 6x6 half tons, or their 2.5 ton trucks. The big canvas trucks. Diesel, kerosene, or gasoline. So they can move some stuff around, but they don't have the liberty of making everything diesel, kerosene, or gasoline either. Not that I know of. They could probably move a lot of stuff around by helicopter because of their gasoline, I think. I don't think everything's diesel, but tanks are diesels. Diesel fuel is refined into jet fuel, so think of it. The planes can't move. Their fighter planes can't move. A lot of stuff can't move. Think of it. This cripples the entire United States, and the U.S. is not talking about it. I think this is one of the biggest news articles in 22 that just came out. That the government's not telling you about this. This could basically put the nail in the coffin for martial law, too. That's why I keep telling you to prep. I mean, this isn't just, we'll wait and see. They can't make it fast enough. But let's look at what would it. I'm going to look up some for you guys for the numbers today. All right, so here we go. So, all right, so for example, every 42-gallon barrel of every 42-gallon barrel of crude oil that Joe Biden gets pumped out of the oil out of this country will make between 11 and 12 gallons of diesel. So they might have to just basically put on whole gasoline refineries, because every 42-gallon barrel of crude oil makes 19 to 20 gallons of gas. So unless we're willing to refine just gasoline or diesel, we're going to have to do one or the other. We can't do both because we don't have the resources, because we've used too much resources, and the countries don't like it. I never thought this would come down the pipe, actually, but you know what? I've said this time and time again about the whole oil thing. It takes 7 gallons of crude oil to make one tire. So if you have 4 standard size tires, that's 28 gallons of oil. That's almost 2/3 of a 42-gallon barrel just to make tires. I don't know what else to tell you guys, but think about it. I mean, literally, this could cause martial law when people can't travel. And if they do travel by car, they're not going to be thinking about what happens if they can't get a spare tire. They're not going to think about what happens if they can't get spare parts delivered to get their car repaired. Their car is going to be dead in the water like a watering duck. And you say, oh, well, I own a boat, I can do. So you own a yacht, but what happens if you can't get parts for your engine or your generator because the trucks aren't moving to the right place? They're not going to load it on a boat and take it down. I mean, there's going to be so many people paying for people to they'll bring in a boat basically that will go to various areas to deliver parts. But when their parts run out, then what? Some of these boats might work for a while, but then they'll run out. They're going to have to do something quickly and efficiently. And if they're not addressing this problem for the fuel problem, because, the only news articles that are coming out is Bloomberg and something else. And Bloomberg handles the financial parts of of the stock market. So think about it. Diesel refineries. It seems we're basically tapping into all our reserves and not telling people. Right now, it's apparent that if we have only 25 days left, yeah. So I don't know about you guys, but you just got to think about it. No diesel for airplanes, no diesel for trains, no diesels for yachts and boats, no diesel for anything. They would have to rent every U-Haul and hope like hell that they could use the U-Haul trucks, the Ryder trucks, the Hertz Penske trucks on gasoline to move parts around the country just to make sure. They might have to use smaller trucks and rent them all out for themselves to basically get delivery of everything that needs to be moved on gasoline while they decide if they want to produce gasoline or produce diesel. And that means Federal Reserve will just raise the interest rates again because they can. Crippling the country more, even though prices are good at that. And you say, oh, well, how's this diesel problem affect the economy? Well, think about it. No one delivering restaurants are closed. So you're stuck at home. You're eating at home. You're eating what you have. But then you run out of food. So they're going to have to think, do we want to rent the gasoline engine and hope like hell we can move all the gasoline parts around to the warehouses and keep those filled while we figure out what to do? Yeah. And on top of that, while they're doing that, they could basically move things around by the military if the military is told to do it. They're using the military multi-fueled engines of their trucks so they can move things, Without diesel, the mail doesn't get moved. Because it's the government's federal thing, they can have the mail delivery service be sent by each state could have little mail hubs along the way. The mail sorted, and the army delivers the mail from one thing to the next, delivering it through different channels because they have to use gasoline, diesel, or gasoline and kerosene. Now, I don't know anything about kerosene refining, so don't quote me, but this is big news because they'd have to redo the entire thing to keep the country going without diesel. And without them even thinking about refining more diesel, they will have to basically rent and get trucks that can be gasoline and bring in the parts. First, car parts, automobile parts, and so forth. Then they would have to make sure that they can get trucks that are like U-Haul type trucks that are rentals, that are gasoline powered, that can use the power gen to keep everything cold so they can move the food from the warehouse to that. Meaning the truck drivers will be filling up more because they have to get the groceries to you guys to keep it going. Meanwhile, they're still not talking about diesel. So these are just the options I came up with that could fix the country temporarily till they can refine more oil. Otherwise, the trains, we're not going to be moving airplane fuselages and parts to put together the planes. So planes would be grounded. Buses would be grounded. Planes would be grounded. So trains, planes, and buses would be grounded. That means even President Biden couldn't even get enough fuel to do it. He was stuck in the White House for 2 years sitting there going, oh, how do we take care of the fuel problem? You see, people would not be having to leave. Diesel fuel wouldn't even be powering our state ferries. We would be all grounded to a halt. Groceries wouldn't move. People would panic buy and stock up everything they could. They would be going to every store they can get to get extra groceries and find out that the Costco, Target, Walmart, Fred Meyer, Kroger, Safeway, Giant Eagle, Myers, all those places gone. because everyone will know there's not enough diesel to do it. There's where your food shortages are going to come in, I bet. And they're not fixing it. Not to mention, without long haul truckers or FedEx or UPS truckers delivering or local trucks fueling up, there would be no medications delivered. It would be only the strongest would survive. I want you guys to think about that. Chew on it for a while. Think about it. You're basically living in. They could declare martial law because there's too many people panic buying and people, this could be the nail in the coffin. And they know it. So they're basically keeping it hidden so they can try to fix it. But you know what? This is bigger news than World War III, Civil War. Without oil, no Civil War. Without diesel, no Civil War. They can still use it with gas, but no planes, no fighter planes would be flying off carriers. No airplanes would be moving. People would be seeing all those FedEx. People would be seeing Hertzbinsky, U-Haul, Ryder being rented. Every truck would be used to move things temporarily until they try to figure out what to do. And they'd keep doing it. So everyone would be seeing long-haul trucking back in the business at what cost? Moving everything around from one place to another place to another place, stopping along the way and doing short-haul trucking because they can't do long-haul because we don't have diesel. That means the mail would be delayed slower because the mail would have to go by gasoline truck from one hub to the next hub to the next hub to the next hub. Just like the old days, like the Pony Express. People wouldn't be getting their medicines. People wouldn't be getting parts for their power chairs or anything. People wouldn't be getting things they ordered for weeks. They'd order something and it'd come. Just like the old days in the West. Slow as molasses. You guys like that? Well, I'm sorry to say this. I love you all. But think of it. Government's hiding this. The government's hiding this. Fuel shortages. 25-day of diesel. Wow. That would mean that the companies would either have to speed up electric production of vehicles or mass produce backup trucks that run on gasoline in case this happened again, which could. And yet, even if, quote, that we refined enough, we'd have to keep refining more and more oil because we use more oil in this country than anywhere else. Why do you think there's laws in other countries? Cars have to be 5 years or under, and then they got to recycle and get another one. Because not like this country where if you love your 1957 Chevy Bel Air convertible, that's your classic baby, that, think about it. Everything happens for a reason. But this is bigger news than I thought. They say, food shortage 2023. No, more likely food shortages in 2022. That is why they're talking about their Thanksgiving dinner. Think about it. Zoe goes traveling. If she travels by plane or by bus or by plane, bus, or train, she might not be coming home to Chicago because there's not enough fuel to get her home. Unless she rents a car and she says she can't drive a car because of whatever, Think about it. Think about it. Yeah. This is bigger news than I anticipated for Sunday. This is scary news. We can pray that if the U.S. government doesn't move fast, there won't be Thanksgiving dinner or Christmas dinner unless you pre-plan ahead, beginning of the month. And then hope like hell you get everything in by the end of the month. Because like I said, November 17th, it's the last day before there is no diesel. Then they'll ration diesel. Only telling citizens they can't drive their diesel-powered vehicles because they got to give it to truck drivers and farmers and the military. More likely, the military will be number one. Then what? Think about it. Think about it. The governments don't want you to see the oil shortages. Why? Or a diesel shortage, because they don't want to panic. But this will cause a panic. Yep. And there you go. You know. It's scary. Scarier than I thought. I mean, we have to think. This could draw in martial law. I mean, they can't move any food. Oh, did I mention? I guess I did, right? That without diesel, ambulances and fire trucks won't move. Yeah, they can run the police, but they can't run the fire because, well, the fire trucks are all diesel now. Not to mention, without trucks and diesel fuel, unless they do the short haul fix with short haul trucking, medical medications, medical equipment, and so forth for hospitals won't be moving. That cripples the hospital industry. That cripples the postal service. That cripples the restaurant industry. Oh, I forgot to mention, that also cripples retail. So beautiful Zoe couldn't go out shopping for underwear and socks. Unless people are scrambling for food first. When food runs out, you can't eat underwear and socks. But that also delays shipping on everyone's beer, wine, and fine spirits. Oh, and that cripples also people with their coffee. Coffee, anything that comes from the grocery store, car parts, everything comes to a grinding halt. Two-thirds go by train, one-third goes by truck. Supply chains More problems. The short term was gasoline engines, but everyone wanted to go fuel efficient diesel to set the lower grocery prices. That would mean what an interesting concept this morning. You see, not only would it cause an epidemic of massive proportions without food or medical supplies or other issues with this 25-day shortage of diesel, but that would also cause other issues too, but not limited to the stock market. It would plummet. No one buying it in because they can't. That could be. It could be. It could be martial law coming. It could be banking collapse, and anything else wrapped up in a nice, colorful Christmas present for us all. Higgins, what are you bitching about this time? Sorry for the scare. Well, I wasn't going to be doing this today, Higgins, but you know what? When it came on my news wire, and by the way, Higgins, hopefully you're going to have something jolly to say instead of poking the bear because, this affects us all if you think about it. And this is why I'm here for you all. Think about it. I was just talking about it. Without diesel fuel, there's only 25-day supply. The government's not talking about it. Mainstream media isn't talking about it. Bloomberg leaked it. Then it's going through other channels, and it's been confirmed. Thing is without diesel fuel, number 4 diesel fuel uses it for jet fuel. So without number 4 diesel, jets can't move. Fighter planes can't move. The military can't use diesel tanks. The military and the police that have those MRAPs can't be moved. Trucks can't move. Trains can't move. Buses can't move. I mean, Higgins used to be working in the bus depot. He's got a disability for diesel fumes. He calls it as a diesel fume injury, so he can confirm the buses use diesel. Without buses, those people that Higgins used to work for will be out of a job temporarily because they can't move the buses. Every place. Think of my cousin Dinky. Dinky used to work for the bus depot. The buses that she drove were diesel powered. All the elderly would be stuck at home. Not to mention the buses that are used for mass transit are diesel. Some of the buses are diesel electric. If you get the electric grid that powers the electric when they hit the electric lines and it switches to electric. Otherwise, they'll be limiting the buses to the electric grid that they can. Not to mention, but not limited, people like my friend Cactus Blossom, who lives in Arizona, won't be riding the bus. She won't even be riding mass transit on light rail because light rail also uses diesel. So not only does the supply chains break down and the grocery chains break down and the medical fields break down when they don't have medical equipment and supplies, but that also breaks down the people going to work that rely on mass transit. Thank you, Higgins. For once, Higgins is agreeing with me. Thank you. The Badger made a point. You see, he used to work in the bus depot. Dinky worked at the bus depot too. So without mass transit, and this is not just buses, by the way. This is literally buses, trains, trams, boats, ferries. I live on an island. Think of what that affects me. I mean, it's going to affect all of us. Not to mention, as Higgins just say, people that do have access to the grocery stores, there's going to be panic buying. And by the way, I hope Higgins has something to think of for the mainstream media hiding this. And 2 is, wonder what he thinks of them thinking about using martial law. I mean, think of it. Without number 4 diesel, airplanes are sitting collecting rust on the tarmac. Not to mention, they can maintain them, but without people to fix them, they ain't going anywhere. And on top of that, Higgins, since you're here, I'm going to say this now. and this ain't poking you to, this is literally a serious conversation piece here. Without diesel, fire trucks can't get to the fires. Ambulances can't take you to the hospital. See, I'm smiling because, frankly, this is what we're up against right now. This is bigger than the trains going on strike. Train drivers can go on strike, but what are they going to go on strike for if there's no diesel to move it? They've just, 25 days. And I've just explained a simple temporary fix to this problem, which is, again, the government tells the companies they'll reimburse to rent U-Hauls, Riders, and Hertz Penske's, and they do all short haul while they figure out how to refine more diesel. But remember, it takes 42 gallons of crude oil to make 11 to 12 gallons of diesel. It takes 42 gallons of crude oil to make 19 to 20 gallons of gasoline. Yeah. So think of it that way. One barrel makes 12 gallons of diesel. One barrel of crude oil, 42 gallons, make 19 to 20 gallons of gasoline. This country's used so much oil. Not to mention, diesel heats some people's homes. This would cripple the industry. We only have 25 days left. They're not even talking about it. I looked it up in the refinery website that talks about oil refinery, Higgins, and they say it's just pure crude oil that's used for diesel. But they're not even talking about refining more. Not to mention that they're not even talking about refining more, and they say we're going to run out 25 days. So unless they turn around and change it and basically cut off gasoline-powered cars to keep the diesel going, they're in a big pickle. Basically, they can't just sit there and divide it up half and half. They have to, and we don't have enough oil being. We're basically bringing in we're producing 15 million barrels a day. They open the reserves up, but it's not going to do us any good when we have 330 million people and 150 plus million drive every day. Literally, that's over 15 million barrels a day. The math doesn't add up. We're going to see some serious crap happen, and I don't think they can fix it. Not to mention, again, a strategic thought I thought of, everyone, for this argument is martial law. Without fuel, buses don't move. Everyone's stuck at home. You see, if they can't get you guys to be vaccinated, they could just shut off and say, oh, the oil. We don't know if there is truly an oil problem, but if it is true, help us all. God help us all, because we ain't going anywhere. This island will be stuck with problems. The bus depots, they ain't moving. No buses mean a lot of public transport. Yeah, but that does include light rail. Think of it. Seattle's got a light rail system. Arizona, California, all these places have light rail or light trains around the country. L trains, ground trains. What happens when those trains don't move? People don't go from Everett to Seattle by train. People don't get on the Everett to Seattle double-decker bus. They just are grounded. Oh, well, I got a car. I could do it. Really? Well, people could say that out here, but what happens if the ferries aren't moving? And the fire trucks aren't moving, the ambulances aren't moving, and the supplies aren't coming into the hospitals. Hospitals close. Fire stations close. Better hope that, you basically double prep on your house to make sure that there's no fires that can cause your house to burn down because the fire department can't get to you. We don't have the refineries, apparently. Saudi's not going to refine our oil, I don't think. I don't know what to think of it, Higgins, but this is not good. Literally. Look, They had a shipment of oil. It was supposed to go to Europe, right? Actually, diesel. 1 million barrels of, 1 million gallons, apparently, of diesel, right? 1 million gallons. 1 million gallons of diesel might get you through in New York City for 1 week. That's, what they're saying. 1 week. Wow, 1 week for 1 million gallons. New York. So it would take 52 million gallons of oil, of diesel supposedly to work for an entire month or entire year in New York. So each state would need so much oil. Why do you think we use so much oil? Why do you think people want people to use mass transit? Because a lot of people want mass transit to save. You can sit there and say, oh, well, I'll just buy a bicycle or a moped. Go ahead. But if your bicycle's electric, you're fine. If your moped's electric, you're fine. If your moped's gas electric pedal, you're fine. But what are you going to buy? You drive your moped, you lock it up, you go up in the store, and the door at the Walmart says closed. Due to nothing available. Then what? Yeah, well, Higgins, I'm not going to argue with you. More likely, this is what they're doing anyways. They're sipping at the Saudi and having it refined. And you know what? You don't see any other countries of the world, Europe, Asia, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, Mexico, South America. You don't see any of them worried about diesel. It's here. Why? Because so many people have the decency to use mass transit wherever they go. England, buses, trains, trams, boats. Here, the land of the flowing milk and honey, diesel powered, gas powered. We suck it all up. That's all I can say. I mean, there's nothing more I can say until comments come in. I told Zoe I'm doing a discussion today. It's important. But you know how it is. I wish Zoe was here. She'd give her opinion. Beautiful. Zoe's editing photos. She's not even thinking about. Oh, exactly. Thank you, Higgins, for just correcting me. See, Higgins just said, quote unquote, that not only declares martial law, but kids don't go to school. Not to mention the elderly can't get on the diesel buses that they use for some of these retirement homes can't go vroom, as Higgins would say, vroom, leaving us with no school, no public transportation. Hospitals would shut down. I mean, the U.S. government would have to basically divert the military that can work to basically get things moving because this I smell martial law coming. I'd like to get Higgins' opinion on this too, but I smell it. I mean, Chloe's in a room going. Chloe's not even paying attention. Yeah. I mean, Chloe doesn't even care. She's like, I'd like to see if Chloe come out here for a second. Excuse me, Missy. When are you going to take a shower? When are you going to take a shower? You need to weigh in. This is serious business. This is something that we need everyone to be on board this morning.
Fine, I'll just say it right now.
No. You're not saying it's about to sit down again, whatever it is.
Fine, I'll just sit here. You come sit down. and we'll talk, and then I'm showering. Hopefully it's soon.
Oh, I have something else to share with you too.
What is it?
So, anyways, Higgins, you're completely right. Higgins is completely right.
About what?
Okay, so the topic today, so I can keep the speed fast and efficient, is for some of you just tuning in, is mainstream media and the Biden administration, not dissing President Biden, is not talking about it. Bloomberg News came out, and it's all trickling through the net now.
Because they're afraid of a red wave.
This is worse than a red wave. What's happening is worse.
But it doesn't
You
matter.
see, she has to bring up politics again. This
Doesn't
kid
matter.
declare martial law, you son of a bitch.
Declare martial law on how?
Oh, now she's going to be like, how? Simple. We have 25 days in this country left, and they're not making any more right now of diesel. That means number 4 diesel fuel for jet planes and fighter planes are grounded. That means school buses, thanks Higgins for that one, won't move. That means the elderly buses from the retirement homes won't move. That means people that rely on buses, saying, example, Arizona, ain't moving. People that rely on light rail, unless they're electric. Is Arizona electric or?
They're all electric.
Well, the one that's in Seattle is diesel.
It's electric. It has those little wires that it touches. It's that electric.
Well, I do know Sound Transit's using old Amtrak cars for theirs with diesel, but anything that's diesel powered, people aren't going to be going anywhere. Did I mention why you guys need to prep now before this martial law comes about? You see, Chloe's thinking, oh, it ain't going to happen. But think about it. We live on an island. What's the ferries run on? Diesel. They convert it to electric. Without diesel? Not to mention, without diesel, semi-trucks don't move, which means they don't move hospitals, supplies to hospitals, grocery stores close. Grocery store people will panic. They will panic. And there's not a damn thing they can do about it. Martial law? Guarantee it, I bet. That's the plan. I said this to begin with. They'll find some way to declare martial law. Well, I guess they have. Trains won't move. Buses won't move. Planes won't move. Fighter planes on carriers won't move. The military can change their trucks from diesel over to kerosene or gasoline. But tanks, they're diesel. A lot of stuff, diesel. They can rent U-Haul. They can rent Rita. They can use Penske trucks. They can move car parts everywhere. But what if someone has a diesel truck? They're limited. What about the people in New England that use diesel for heating fuel?
Is this the world or just this country?
This is this country only.
Okay, so the rest of the world has diesel too.
The rest of the world doesn't have a diesel shortage problem. Here, let me read the.
Okay, if it does, and then why not get it from our countries?
Because other countries don't want to produce to us.
Okay, well, they'll produce to other countries, so why are our countries struggling?
They're struggling for other reason. Let me read you this, everyone. Okay. Damn it. I don't want to see any fucking son of a bitch. No, Higgs, I'm yelling at the computer. Here it is. Here it is. This just came up today, okay? The U.S. is getting worried about a close to a nationwide diesel shortage. Bloomberg finally reports, remember, Bloomberg does the stock market. The demand for fuel is completely up, but at the same time, the supply in the United States remains at its lowest level this season. On the other hand, gasoline prices remain relatively steady or lower. Current average price, blah, 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 who cares? Still considering lower than blah, blah, blah. The country now has just 25 days supply of diesel, and that's the lowest level since 2008. Top of that, demand for diesel is at its highest seasonal peak level currently since 2007 because of higher trucking, farming, and heating use. This could spell some serious issues for the Biden administration. An analyst describes the diesel reserves as an unacceptable low. It could even drive up inflation for the price and services of goods. The nationally stockpiles have drained as refiners enter maintenance season, and Russia's war in Ukraine tightened global supplies of diesel and limited imports of diesel. Market backwardation, where prompt deliveries are priced at premium over future deliveries, has made building inventory extremely costly, feeding in the vicious cycle of tight supplies and price spikes. In New England, where more people burn fuel for heating than anywhere else in the country, stockpiles are less than 1/3 of typical levels for this time of year. There's reportedly good news. At least 2 vessels carrying 1 million barrels of diesel, 500,000 gallons each. 1 million barrels of diesel, 42 gallons. They're on their way to New York, which they figure is about 10 days supply of diesel, maybe 2 weeks, give or take. They were originally destined to go to Europe, but plans seem to have changed for the U.S. needs that, which is going to New York for New York people. Top of that, diesel refineries in Trainer, Pennsylvania, said it's returning from seasonal maintenance, but they can't get ahead of themselves till somewhere in 2024. So, no, that's about
I
it.
don't understand how you're predicting a blue wave when we're struggling with fucking diesel.
Well, the problem is I'm not going to explain politics on this channel. I'll do it later with you. Yes, exactly, Higgins. That's what I was talking about. You see, without trains, okay. See, Higgins is actually being nice for once. Without trains, see, think of it this way. Trains supply 2/3 of our gross products around the country. 2/3, 1/3 truck. So it's 2/3 by train by foods, 1/3 by truck. Now, if there's no diesel to run the trains and nothing gets sent into hospitals, nothing gets into things, then that's crisis is causing a stock market crash. Yeah. But think about it. That's not just a stock market crash. That means everyone will panic. And the government's keeping a tight lid on this right now. They're not even talking about a diesel supply. They're basically winging this. I'm probably one of the few people on YouTube talking about this. And you're right. This is one of the things that I brought up for the second part of this was if there's a supply crisis issues harder in this country and we can't get diesel, that grounds the airplanes, that grounds the railroads, that grounds the buses, that grounds the light rail, unless they're electric. That's Chloe. Just thank you for correcting me about electric. See, I'm giving her credit. That grounds most of all our nationwide transportation networks. That grounds our supply and demand chains. That grounds everything, and there's panic buying. Without anything moving for the people to buy it in the stores, the stocks go.
We fall into depression. People like us lose our monthly income.
Well, we'd still have it, but what would we buy?
It depends on who's in Congress, and they decide to
Look,
to
guess what,
middle
Chloe?
class.
There's a law that states that no fucking person can touch Social Security. It's been in place since the fucking 40s.
Do you think some of these lawmakers care? They don't. They'll just do it anyways.
They can't because they cannot do it. It's a federal law. The Supreme Court would enforce it, so I'm not worried about it. The true problem is, and Chloe doesn't realize, Higgins does, is...
I'm going back there. I'm not even talking.
Why? What did I do this time?
Guess what? I hope the supply runs out. Maybe we do need to reset.
Come on, can you just calm down, please? Again. Oh, God, no, don't.
I didn't mean to slam it that hard. Look, I didn't mean to slam it that.
Scared me. Thought we were just having a decent conversation.
We're not. I say Higgins is right. There will be a red wave. And that's their answer right there. Gas shortage. Diesel shortage. And we're not going to have any diesel. Think of this. You live in the city, you won't have any transportation. You won't have any buses anymore. You'll be walking or having to go out once a month with Uber. Let me guess, are we running out regular gasoline or just diesel?
Just diesel. Gasoline's reserves are way high. It's the freaking diesel that they didn't take account for. And this is why I said martial law.
Martial law for diesel. Okay, and then what happens when they declare martial law?
It means we all stay at home because there's no way for people to work. I mean, think of it. Higgins was asking a question I was trying to answer before Chloe got angry. The problem is with diesel, that just doesn't stock. That does just cripple the supply chains. That cripples restaurants. They can't get their supplies to keep open. That cripples the restaurant hotel industry when they can't get new fresh bedding and stuff delivered. That cripples the airline industry, which brings down no one traveling, which cripples the industry for airlines. That cripples the industry for Amtrak. That cripples the industry for Greyhound. That cripples the industry for almost everything. And if this is their way to banking reset, then it's a brilliant plan. But how do we get out of it? You know, that's the truth. I don't know what to think. This is why I came on today, just to have a frank discussion that this could come down the pipe. I mean, look, I read the report. 25 days of oil, and they're not talking about it. Why aren't they talking about it? Well, this I can say with certain. The Democrats are trying to hold on to everything. And as long as this doesn't leak, which we just leaked it, people are leaking it, then there's going to be a lot of problems. Anyways, that could collapse the economy. Oh, he wants to get mad. Well, this will not, as long there. I don't like talking about politics, but let me just tell you something that I think. All right. If this was a Republican-controlled thing to get the red wave, there's a lot of secret people I've heard say they're voting blue no matter what to make a statement. Let them. Now, if there's a blue wave, oh well. But as long as the president is still the president, he can declare martial law due to the fact of this problem. And I bet you that's his only card to stay in power. Because it is what it is. But it's worse than we thought. I want you guys to hear me loud. I mean, think about it. Can we survive? Military uses three types of fuel. They use a multi-fueled engine, which is gasoline, which they can change to diesel, and paraffin/kerosene. So if kerosene's not available, they can use gasoline or diesel. If diesel's not available, they can use gasoline or kerosene. That's how they run their trucks, by the way. And yes, martial law would require military on the streets as well as, but not limited to, the police too, due to the fact. But as long as the police have gasoline cars, they could probably do their job. Fortunately, under martial law, the military would be taking over. Due to the fact of this problem, this would cripple probably 80% or more of the economy of the country, which isn't good, plain and simple. And Chloe needs to realize this isn't about a red wave. This is about democracy. This is worse than I thought, because on one side, you got them trying to protect themselves by any and all means. On the other side, you got the crap slandering people throwing garbage everywhere. Now, hear my warning, people. Hear my warning, my friends. They don't fix the oil problem. You got till the 17th to prep. The 17th to get everything in order. Who knows how long? The 17th. Food stamps run out in December. This could cause the bank crash. World War III won't happen. Without fuel, we ain't going anywhere. Our fighter jets would basically be sitting on an aircraft carrier that can't be used. If we did refine the oil or diesel, the government would refine it for the military's use, leaving you guys as cars to be paid for in full. And by the way, without diesel, the repo man can't repo your car. Most trucks are running diesel anyway, so they can't repo your car. Unfortunately, Higgins, this was bigger news than I anticipated. Yeah. Excuse me. Politics over and over and over with Chloe. Anyways, let's get this going again, right? Crippling the economy while the feds try to force a recession. Look, I don't want to sound like a political douchebag here, Higgins, but I'd like to share something with you, okay? The American people aren't stupid, all right? The American people might be half stupid, but if the American people don't know that this is coming down the pipe of a diesel fuel shortage and the repercussions, everyone's basically worried about December and the train strikes. But how does the train strikes happen if there's no diesel? Diesel will run out November 17th, 3 days after my husband's birthday and my dad's. Think about it. Now, Higgins is sitting there probably doodling and stuff, thinking, oh my God. But think about it this way. The economy is bad. We're having a crisis, and they're keeping it hidden. Martial law is probably the only way they can contain power. Maybe this is why a red wave. Higgins and I ain't going there, but hypothetically, this just basically stacks things worse. You see, Democrats and Republicans can't fix a diesel shortage problem. They can't. They could get voted in, but then they're stuck at home too, not with a job, you see. Without diesel, planes don't fly. Without planes, they can't get to work unless they all drive around all to work from their selected states. Or as Higgins said, horse and buggy. Now you guys can sit there and say, oh, well, this might not happen. This was what's probably coming down the pipe. We didn't expect it. Think of it this way, Higgins. Before you go and have burgers with your mom, I want to share something. Something big. You see. Thanksgiving dinner and Christmas dinner, they say, are going to be the most expensive meals this year. Why? Well, think about it. Food shortage. Food shortages. Without food, medicine shortages. Without medicine, people die. Only the strong will survive. Now, one of my theories is for all of you is this. Federal Reserve Chairman's Republican. He thinks following in the footsteps of the Federal Reserve Chairman under the Ford Reagan economy would fix things. It's just going to cripple it more. You see, the problem is Americans have been living too good high off the hog for years. Americans have been living high off the hog for years, financing everything, and it's crippled this nation. Think about it. Let me put it to you this way. Why is the Federal Reserve raising prices? 2 reasons. A, they're trying to cripple the economy. B, they're trying to raise it so people like Higgins, no offense to Higgins, he's the one I could use an example for, won't go and get another credit card and then another credit card and another credit card to live. Now, Chloe's angry because she doesn't understand that this is bigger news than all of us. She thinks this is going to give a red wave. Maybe, maybe not, but we're not here to talk about politics. I'm just adding the filling to the discussion of the Federal Reserve is Republican. Transportation Secretary, the one that controls a lot of the transportation for the country, he's not talking about the fuel problems. This came out through Bloomberg. And Bloomberg's been pretty accurate. So when Bloomberg says, oh, we have this problem, we do. Think about it. This is bigger news than I thought. I mean, literally, this could clear the way for martial law. I mean, you think Congress and the Senate can agree to it? No. Because once the diesel runs out, and they don't have any option to bring it in, I just wanted to share this news with you. I mean, literally, Higgins, you're the moderator acting. Would you remove this garbage from my channel? Well, thank you, Higgins. So, you get what I'm saying, people. This is bigger than that. Higgins even explained no schools are working, no mass transit's running, except for electric trains. Everything comes to a grinding halt. Not even the boats will be moving. So heed my warning. If you're going to keep prepping, prep. Get everything together by November 17th, because I don't think the government can pull a miracle out of their hat to fix this problem. You see, problem is the U.S. government without, by the way, there's another theory to this whole argument and issue that Higgins and I haven't discussed. You see, without oil, our fighter planes can't move. Without oil, our Air Force can't move. Without oil, or diesel, I should say, jet fuel is refined jet fuel. It's number 4 diesel. Without jet fuel, refined jet fuel, apparently our fighter planes won't work. Some of our helicopters won't work. Our tanks won't move. Our tanks won't move unless they have multi-fueled engine and some of those other vehicles. The only thing that will work is Army trucks and Humvees. I don't know about the MRAPs. I assume the MRAPs are all diesel, but think of it this way. Without that, the Coast Guard and the Navy can work, but the Navy can't launch or retrieve planes. The Air Force can't launch planes. The Marines can only launch helicopters and possibly some helicopters, not planes, if they're on a carrier. What's that tell you for the rest? The Navy can still run around with their submarines, and the frigates and destroyers can't. That would mean the military's first priority, think about it, would be if it was martial law, military would be eating. Most of us would be going hungry because the military would be rationing the food to more for them, less for us. And if the tanks don't work, they would be rationing everything to move parts around the country to get it to work, leaving the rest of us to suffer. Coast Guard, usually if they're Coast Guard cutters, Coast Guard ships usually run on nuclear power, but their smaller vessels use either gasoline or diesel. Yeah, so think about it that way. So the U.S. government decided to get rid of the old bunker oil that's used in their frigates and destroyers and go all nuclear. But the reason why a lot of countries can't afford an aircraft carrier is because it takes number 4 jet fuel to run the planes. So if there's no airplanes for the Navy, then their Navy is fine. But that's why some countries believe in just a Navy. The Army, basically, most of their armies are located in their own countries. You don't see other countries having army bases either. Like the U.S. has army bases everywhere because apparently we're the police of the world. But without diesel, they're all quarantined to barracks or to base. unless you have a Humvee that can go everywhere. But then their planes are grounded. I mean, and that could cripple us more and leave us vulnerable because all we have is a Navy and a Coast Guard. Our Air Force would be dead in the water. Our Marine Air Force would be dead in the water. We can move things around by helicopters if the helicopters are gas. But again, this is worse than I thought. Yeah, but you got to remember, Higgins, unless, they produce more oil to run the oil burning power plants. I don't even know if we have any oil burning power plants in this country. I don't even know if we have coal burning power plants. Let me look it up. Or is it diesel fuel? So apparently, all right, here we go. So the government basically tells us what we use for our electric. Okay, here we go. Pay attention, everyone. Natural gas, coal. So coal is 21.8% of the country. So 21.8% of the total overall in the U.S. is coal. Natural gas is 38.3%. And fossil fuels total is 60.8%. So petroleum liquids is only 0.3%. Petroleum coke is 0.2%. Other gas is 0.3%. Nuclear is 18.9%. Renewable sources, wind, 9.2%. Hydro, 6.3%. Solar, 2.8%. Solar thermo, 0.1%. Biomass, 1.3%. Wood, 0.9%. Landfill gas, 0.2%. Municipal solid waste, biogenetic, 0.2%. Other biomass waste, 0.1%. And geothermal is 0.4%. Pumped storage hydropower, minus 0.1%. So this is the data right there for fuel. So I don't know if this is oil burning as diesel or not. Let me look. Okay, so we have 229 coal power burning plants in the United States. Such as distillate or residual fuels. Yeah, only as a backup, apparently. So in the United States, currently as of 2022, we have 3,400 fossil fuel-fired plants in the country. They're not saying anything is diesel. What is the biggest power plant in the United States? Bing, bing, bing. Rand Cooley out of Washington State on the Columbia. Yep. So I can't say, we shouldn't be worried about power unless it's oil power. Yeah, I heard the same thing. And helium is a gas source. Remember, it's basically like a light gas that's used to do other things besides filling balloons. So you're right, Higgins. There is a helium shortage, yes, but there's also a shortage of everything, it seems. And I think I have a theory to why it's basically a shortage on everything. But this newest number is scary. I think we're going to have a lot more problems than we want to lead to believe. And that is the scariest part. What the hell? Huh. Anyways, everyone, I don't know what else to say right now because I'm still shocked, that we are living in a world where dude, I wanted to see what it says here. So the dog's getting a pup cup. I love how they call that pup cups. How to turn into a loaf. Step 1, puff yourself out. Tuck in your paws. Loaf complete. Little bunny turning into a loaf. I got a bunny, he turns into a loaf all the time. Anyways, there's also a shortage of CO2 carbonation making fizzy water beer. There is. Nitro is basically short too. Nitro that's used in beer. When they put in nitro in beers, like beer with nitro, the nitro beer is short. So Better not have pooped in my coffee, Ebo. You know, little bun. Or should I call you little loaf? He looks like a little loaf. Make sure to poop in my cup. There's a shortage on CO2 gas, CO2 gas, as well as apparently there's a shortage of like I said, the nitro, the CO2 nitro. That's a shortage in that too. You know what's funny? Tell you what's funny. Zoe's sent me some pics, right? She's editing right now. But Zoe is so interested in her picture making today. I said, this is big news. I mean, literally, this is bigger than I thought, right? And the beautiful, loving Zoe says, and have fun. I'm editing pictures. And they are beautiful pictures, though. But, but yeah. So she's on a boat. Can't now editing more photos. Fortunately, I'm more worried about. Do we get any emails? Yep. I feel sorry for the people that decided to so some guys drinking Miller. It's Miller time. See, I'm just checking the forums real quick too. It keeps me busy. That is a beautiful fly rod. They're talking about marketing again. I just love these idiots, I asked a question on things, right? And someone says they're setting it out. Yeah. I don't know. I think it's like large trout they want. My cousin doesn't talk to me, so you know how it is. Anyways, Gotta choose some lunch today. What do I want for lunch? I don't know. Gotta check the news anyways on something real quick. But I'm telling you, I don't know. I'm kind of worried, Chloe keeps getting worse and worse. That's the other thing I'm worried about, She's worried about her only rights being taken away. You don't see me worried about it. I'm more worried about the American people. What is going to happen for us. That's why I keep telling you guys to prep. Get all your stocks in by November. It's going to be a cold, bad winter, I think. And now we have proof of it. See, I'm having a brain fart right now due to the fact that I can't remember. I'm trying to check the web, for something. Okay, so 2:20. All right, so an hour to go. And I was gonna watch a ball game. But anyways, my point is this is not good for any of us in the country. I mean, it's scary that I'm telling you guys to prep and get all your prepping in by November, because December there ain't going to be any prepping to buy, I think. I mean, literally, the truth is we're going to basically all be living in hell. This isn't just about the elections coming down the pipe. I don't think the Democrats or the Republicans could fix a diesel shortage in a short time. I don't think the president can either. If Higgins is completely right, we're refining our diesel in Saudi Arabia, there's a problem, because I thought we had refineries in this country, I got to look for my bowl because I was going to make some noodles today, I don't know if I want the spicy ramen or the regular ramen. Still trying to decide. I'm literally scared right now, I just can't. Fizzy water, yeah, there is a shortage on everything, Higgins, and it's now showing up. I mean, literally, the supply and demand's getting worse, it seems. The reason I'm kind of concerned, everyone, is because think of it. If they can't, let me check something too for the discussion piece here today. All right. Great. All right, so apparently, Marathon makes approximately has 16 refineries and makes approximately a little over 3 million barrels a day, and they're in various states. Washington's one of them. Utah, Texas, Ohio, New Mexico, North Dakota, Minnesota, Michigan, Louisiana, Kentucky, Illinois, California, Alaska. Valero Energy makes 2 million barrels a day with 13 refineries in California, Louisiana, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Texas, so they're not around here. Phillips 66 refines almost 2 million barrels a day, 10 refineries. California, Illinois, Louisiana, Montana, New Jersey, Oklahoma, Texas, and Washington again. ExxonMobil refines almost 1.8 million barrels, 5 refineries in Illinois, Louisiana, Montana, Texas. Chevron, California, Missouri, Texas, Utah makes a little over 1 million barrels a day. PBF Energy makes a little over 1 million barrels a day. They have 6 refineries. They make it in California, Delaware, Louisiana, New Jersey, Ohio. Number 7 on the list is Shell with a little over, they make about 811,000 barrels a day. In Alaska, Louisiana, Texas, and Washington. That's Shell. Citgo makes 772 gallons a day, 3 refineries in Illinois, Louisiana, Texas. BP makes 756,000 barrels a day, 3.5. So Alaska, Indiana, Ohio, Washington. Koch like in Koch Brothers, Minnesota, Texas, 640,000. And Saudi Aramco makes 607,000. So if we're making refining for regular petroleum, is there any other lists? So apparently the biggest refineries of the number 1 through 10 is most of them are Texas. Okay, so 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 and a half. So basically, here's the kicker. Okay, here's the kicker. Biden's ordered us to pump 15 million barrels a day out of our reserves, right? Our oil fields. Fortunately, that only gives us about 2.5 million barrels a day reserve. So he's taking all the overflow and storing it because these guys got to refine it. But he's got to pump it, transfer it to the refineries and refine it. Doesn't say anything about diesel, So this is the thing is, it's not saying what they, diesel must be, I don't know. So that was just that, So apparently they, So apparently somehow there's three they were going to complete a project that was going to cost $1 billion apparently to do ultra low sulfur diesel in 3 refineries in the US, but they're not talking about anything. So I don't have any numbers, okay, but they're pumping out 15 million barrels a day and they're only using 13 million barrels of oil. That's 2 million overflow just for there's 2 million barrels overflow of oil. So, which means 2 million a day, 7 days is 14, or 2 million times 7 is 14 million extra barrels, which could refine one day. So, because they say they refine approximately 13 million barrels a day, that would give one extra day for overflow. So they can take all the overflow oil, put it in a reserve tanks, and then pump it out as needed. But still, that doesn't answer the question of, doesn't explain, there's a lot of number crunching. I mean, for example, this whole story, right? Now, I don't have all the answers. Sorry. I wish I did. You know what? I wish I did. But if it's completely true, martial law is coming down the pipe. That is something we got to look into. Not to mention that the numbers, how long, I mean, I can look it up. Let me look. Just for number crunching sake. All right, here you go. So generally speaking, every 30,000 barrel batch of 42 gallon, so every 30,000, 42, so 42 gallon barrel of oil, 30,000 barrel batch would take 12 to 24 hours. Yeah, so apparently 12 to 24 hours before another stage. So all right, so overall, it takes an average of 4 weeks to get fuel from A to B. Of course, this can vary depending on a host of factors, and low inventory, high demand situation. Process could be fast-tracked in 2 weeks. In comparison, delays with refinery machinery, transatlantic shipments, and subpar product could push the timeline forward to several months. Factor in pre-drilling phases. Total production process could be considered years. Technically starts with exploration. Yeah, okay. Right, whatever. So can we get to that? No, this doesn't answer it. So let's continue with the next one. Oh, wow. Look at this. A barrel of crude, it will make about 19 gallons of regular gasoline, right? But as Higgins asked the question earlier, oh, I found something here. This is really good. Each 42-gallon barrel that enters a refinery expands to roughly 44 gallons before it leaves the refinery, known as processing gain or swell. The phenomenon is what happens with popcorn, while the mass corn kernel before and after popping remains. I'm going to save this for my records, okay? The volume offer differs greatly. Each popcorn kernel expands due to heating. The same can be said for the volume of crude oil before refining and the volume refined afterwards. So a 42-gallon barrel hold on. This just answers that. So this guy says the refinery I worked at was very small. It processed 100,000 barrels of crude oil per day, 4.2 million gallons a barrel. From that, it would produce 71,000 barrels a day of gasoline, 5,000 barrels of kerosene, 5,000 gallons of jet fuel, and 35,000 gallons. 35,000. No, so it's like 35,000 35,000 barrels of number 2 diesel. It's also produced propane, propylene, heavy fuel oils, number 6, coke, yada, yada, yada. Okay, so. So basically, this chart here, everyone, answers the question. Okay, for every 42 gallons barrel of fuel, we'll make, after refining gasoline first at with 142 gallon, that makes 19.7 gallons of gas. The excess stuff, when it's done, they basically, cut off the top right, and then they take the excess, and that excess of the 42 gallon barrel will turn around and subset LP gas, or liquid propane gas, at 1.7, which I didn't know propane's made by actual gasoline or oil. I always, it was natural gas type subsidy. Okay. Then you have 1.7 gallons of heavy fuel oil. Now, there's other fuels like propane, acetylene, butane. That comes to 7.6 gallons. Jet fuel, number 4 diesel jet fuel, is approximately 4 gallons after it's cut out of a 42 gallon barrel. Then the coup de grace of it, after all the distillation and fermenting and processing the fuel, and refining it, the final part is 10 gallons is left over for diesel. So all of it produced. Or if you just take oil by itself, apparently if you just take one, from what I gather here from this chart also, it's saying if you take 42 gallon barrel of oil and you want to refine it, you'll get 1.7 gallons of LP gas, 1.7 gallons of heavy fuel, 7.6 gallons of other stuff like butane, acetylene, propane, or LPs, propane, etc. Now, if you want to refine 42 gallon barrel of crude oil, it makes 4 gallons of number 4 diesel fuel or jet fuel. Refining 42 gallon barrel will make 19.7 gallons of gas and 10 gallons of diesel fuel. So one barrel will make 10 gallons of diesel fuel from 42 gallons of crude oil. That's pretty scary stuff. Okay, another breaking news. Boris Johnson's not going to be running again, so. So, that's all I can say, peeps. Unless we have something else to talk about. The oil is basically. I'll send that chart to Hagel, so. tell me it's in. Oh, there we go. So basically, everyone, proof's in the pudding, as they say. If this is true, they've been refining more gasoline than diesel. So now they have a problem on their hands. So I don't know what to tell you guys. I mean, the numbers don't, these numbers I'm looking at don't lie. I mean, literally, we got a crisis brewing that's going to basically, hmm. uh, wow. Being refined to make about it. So 1 barrel of gas or 1 barrel of crude oil is used to produce about 45% of the barrel produces gasoline, 27 to 30% is used to diesel, and the rest of it is used for jet fuel and or LP gas, like propylene and ethylene. So when you refine it all, that's what you get. So it might really yield 2 to 3 extra gallons of fuel. One gallon becomes asphalt, becomes lubricants, plastics, aspirins, vape juice, synthetic rubber, styrofoam, and other such things. Hold on. So 43. Okay, here's how the oil works. Okay, to refine it. 142-gallon barrel gives you 43% of it is gasoline, 23% is heating oil diesel fuel, 9% is kerosene type jet fuel, 5% of it is coke, 4 is heavy oil, 3% is liquefied refinery gases, 4% is still gas, asphalt's 3%, your petrochemical feedstock is 2%, your lubricants is 1%, your kerosene's 1%, and others 1%. So if you look at it that way, heating oil diesel fuel is 23% of a barrel. So again, this tells you right there, right? So you got 45% is made of gasoline. Kerosene jet fuel is approximately 9 gallons. Other distillates heating oil is 25%, or is 4%. Ultra low sulfur diesel is 25%. Hydrocarbon gas, yeah, you get the idea. So diesel is only 25% of the barrel or so. So when you guys look at this, it's not good. A lot of these are the same question, Here we go. Another number here. See. So basically, 10.4 gallons is jet fuel. Distillates is 1.24 gallons. Diesel is 10 gallons. Other distillates is 1.2. Jet fuel is 4 gallons. Other products is 6.8 gallons. Heavy oil residual is 1.6 gallons. Liquefied gases is 1.2. And then you get 19.3 gallons of gasoline out of 1 barrel of oil. So everyone's answering this, but you see the numbers are the same. These numbers are pretty much the same with these charts and graphs. So to look at it from this point of view, that tells you right there what you need to know when it comes to oil productions. You see, Higgins, I was just going to be talking about that. Thank you. See, Higgins is on the same page as me. Not only are we going to have a bad winter, but some people are going to have a really bad winter. You see, these numbers don't lie. So basically, if it takes 42-gallon barrel to make all that fuel, and we have 15 million barrels being sucked up every day in the ground from about 1 million wells, that would mean you're bringing in 10 to 20 gallons per well per oil a day shipped to the refineries, which means the refineries are making the oil. The problem is how much can one stand? I mean, think about it. Think about it. Think about it this way. And the oil refinery is not even including all the excess oil we need, that's crude oil, that's used to make tires, oil for your car to lubricant. Well, the lubricants, I think they're talking about oil lubricants as part of the numbers, like the 7 gallons of crude oil that's used left over in the barrels made lubricants. I think that's what they make, the quarts of oil for your car lubricants. Unfortunately, that just leaves other issues like the whys. I mean, literally think of it from that point of view. I mean, literally, we were just talking about that. Reading in New England is at risk of natural gas shortages. Yeah, natural gas shortage, meaning rolling blackouts if their power plants are running on natural gas. And colder winter. Pray for mild winter. I'm not praying for anything, Higgins, okay? You make a good point. And I'm agreeing with you. But I don't need to pray for these people. I mean, literally, let's just put it this way. I've been giving you guys prepping advice for almost a year. And yet, you guys are now finally coming to fruition that, let's put it this way, people. I want to tell you guys a story. Without scaring any of you. There's people out there, they donate money to these giant preppers in their super chats. These people need to realize if you're going to throw money out to these super chats and the government doesn't come up with a plan to refill the diesel reserves, you guys are just basically throwing money away and really going to be hurting when you don't have that money to buy groceries. This is bigger than we thought. Higgins even acknowledges it. But think of it, no diesel, no public transportation, no school buses, no ferries, no trains, no trams, no buses, no diesel pickup trucks, no diesel semis, no diesel tractors, no diesel anything. And yet, you guys need to realize, as I was trying to tell Zoe this, that say Zoe's out for the holidays, okay, hypothetically. Zoe's not watching today. She's editing pictures. So I'm going to use Zoe's thing. And Zoe's stuck. Might be a month. Might be 6 months. Might be a year. I mean, they can't refine diesel fuel fast enough. And if one barrel is refined at 10 gallons after all the other oils, we don't even know how much diesel is used in the U.S. per day. All right, so let's see. Hold on. So hold on. I'm going to do the math here. Again, sorry, I got to do this. So 42 gallons times so give it a take, right? If I'm reading this correctly. So it says here, right? Statistics. Right? Hopefully the statistic has the real numbers of the thing, right? Yeah, allow, whatever. I just want to see the numbers. So apparently by this number here. All right, so it says the average consumption of diesel fuel in the United States amounted to approximately 4 million barrels a day. That's 172,200,000 gallons of diesel per day. See? Right there. So if we're doing 4.1 million barrels of diesel a day, this is approximately the number that's being used currently for diesel fuel per day after refining it. So at every barrel of oil, if we're pumping 15 million barrels of oil, right? 42 times 15 million That's 630 million gallons being refined, right? But they say we're only refining approximately 13 million barrels a day, right? So we're refining 546 million gallons of gas a day, or fossil fuels. That leaves 2 million in reserve every time they pump out 15 million, give or take. Then they got to get it transported, which takes up to a month. Then it's got to be refined. So all in all, I don't know how they're going to pull this one off. I don't. So, lunch poll. Spicy ramen or regular ramen? Maybe I'll do regular ramen today. I don't know. Spicy would open my nose up. Oh God, it would be so damn spicy and tasty. I don't know. But anyways, I'll do a poll on that. Actually, I don't want to do a poll today. The hell with it. So, Higgins, you gotta stop reading and add more to the conversation, brother. I mean, literally, when you look at the big picture here, this is worse news than ever. Even the mainstream media is hiding it. Mainstream media. All right, so you see the news that anyone else? Yep. Let me see if there's any more news on it. Oh shit! Oh wow! All right, so let's look at these news real quick. All right. Diesel stockpiles in the U.S. are reported lowest. Yeah, we all know this. We got 2007. So it's an average one up because of supply demand. That's what they're saying. All right, so apparently, let me see this. Hold on. The shortage of oil fuel used for heating and trucking, and generally speaking, to keep the commerce and freight running, has become a key worry for the Biden administration heading into winter. Such low levels are alarming because diesel is the workhorse of the global economy. It powers trucks, vans, excavators, freight trains, and ships. Shortage would mean higher costs for everything from trucking to farming to construction. So it says here, right? The White House claims to be so concerned about the coming diesel crisis, it's doing absolutely nothing, draining the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, which has zero impact on diesel production. So if you drain 15 million gallons of the Strategic Petroleum Reduction a day, you're putting it into the hands of the refiners, which could take months to produce oil. Yeah. So it says here the other thing that the refineries are enjoying, the best part about it is their profits went up 450%, and they like to keep the diesel reserves to be very low. Huh. This isn't all surprising. We've been warning all year. American diesel market has been in crisis mode for most, if not all, of 2022 and 2021. If others had caught on, the crisis may have been averted. No one told me about this crisis, but now it's too late. National stockpiles have drained as refinery entered maintenance season. And Russia's war in Ukraine tightened global supplies and limited imports, meaning market backwardation, where prompt deliveries are priced at medium over future deliveries and made building inventory extremely costly, feeding in the vicious cycle of tight supplies and price spikes for everyone else. New England, where most heating is oil in the country. Stockpiles are, yeah. Hold on. Hmm. Okay, hold on. Diesel prices surged to an all-time high and inventories plunged in April and May, pushing retail prices to a record high. At the time, the website and many other warned that we have to take urgent steps now to avoid a crisis. And nobody moved a finger. Jawbones, on the other hand, never stopped. Well, fast forward to now, a new crisis is in the making. Americans typically use the low demand season of spring and summer to rebuild its stocks of distillate fuels ahead of winter, but it failed to do so this year, something even Europe avoided by stockpiling that gas. Now it's facing a freezing winter, otherwise, its stocks are nearly as low as they were in April at the end of the last heating cycle. Hmm. American diesel inventories has never dropped below 85 million barrels. Hmm. Yeah, well, they're talking about, for those asking, more strategic petroleum reserves would do little to resolve the problem since the bottleneck is refining. You see? Hold on. Oh, crap. So they're saying between January and March 2023, Europe's going to be completely and thoroughly out of diesel. And they say Biden's going to have to consider dividing the diesel between half in the United States and half in Europe. Reducing demand of all people driving, particularly as the housing market cools and construction slows down by 90%. Consumer demand for goods declines, reducing the trucking needs. So there you have it. So basically, it's a heavy burden to pay, you know. A tax-free diesel fuel shortage for Florida. So Florida has a tax-free diesel shortage for farmers, and because farmers have to use their crops, they're putting their money into filling up at the pumps, which means a regular gas station. Diesel fuel is heavily used by farmers to help power water pump houses to get water into the new planted crops. Without diesel fuel, they would have 50 to 90% loss of food. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Should crop yields be less than normal this year in fall, the United States needs to rely on all imports of all our other commodities to fill in the gaps because the farmers can't get fuel. See? Lower supply of the U.S. agricultural commodities like Higgins, blackberries, and blueberries he talks about might go through the roof because stores will have to charge higher prices just to get it from imports. Think about it. Mm-hmm. Let me see. So Europe currently is buying the only fuel they're buying from Russia is diesel, by the way. A lot to do with unplanned outages at European refineries before the maintenance season, including a 4-week drop in French fuel output and the workers' strike. The U.S. has been exporting a lot of diesel to trouble Europe. Okay, here we go. Here's some interesting news here. So the United States has sold our diesel fuel off to Europe because apparently Europe is more important than us. Figures. I think the country's going down the shitter, in my opinion. To do what? Hey, Tone. As always, still editing photos, I think. Give me a second. I'm trying to look up something here. You guys want me to continue? Because I got a tinkle in a minute. But there you go, Higgins. I'm still reading that. I don't know. Apparently, because of the Ukrainian war, they need diesel fuel. Okay, so I'm back. All right. So let's finish this article. Okay. The U.S. has been exporting a lot of diesel to the troubled Europe, but now things are changing, not just because cargoes are being diverted from Europe to the U.S. coast. Refiners in the U.S. are bracing for a possible ban on fuel exports. Floating earlier this year, the White House is banning fuel exports, scarce supply for its local market prompted CEO of American Petroleum Institute and the head of the American Field Petroleum Chemical Manufacturers warned against such a move. A ban on exports could decrease inventory levels, reduce domestic refining capacity, and put upward pressure on consumer fuel prices and alienate U.S. allies during a time of war, i.e., you know. Yet right now, U.S. buyers are snapping up diesel cargo from Europe in a way similar to Europe has been snapping up LNG cargo meant for Asian destinations. And the supply is not going up fast enough because there's not enough refining capacity for it to go up in the world. Even meaningful enough, and spells a lot more trouble for both Europe and the U.S., especially if the inflation department. Wow. So we're exporting all our oil to Europe, and then people now need to pay a higher price. So let me do a poll real quick. Let me just ask. Regular ramen? Regular piquant ramen? Or spicy ramen for lunch? See, or spicy ramen for lunch. See, spicy ramen. Let me know, spicy ramen or regular non-spicy ramen? You tell me. Now let's get back to discussion. I'll do a poll maybe. You see, so we're exporting all our oil to Europe. Now we're in an oil crisis with 25 days left because of it. We're leaving ourselves vulnerable to martial law and other issues. Well, ask Higgins why Europe's more important. I think it has to do with the war in Ukraine. I mean, literally. I mean, without diesel, let me put it this way, without diesel or jet fuel, Tony, airplanes are going to be not moving. Airplanes won't move. Trains won't move. Buses won't move. Nothing will move, not even in your country. It's showing the entire country coming to a grinding halt because we can't produce it fast enough. We're shipping it overseas. I heard rumors the other day, just U.S. rumors, of course, that part of this whole problem, right, of the oil shortage also has to do with another shortage we're having the government doesn't want to talk about. Spicy? All right, all the way spicy. See, the other thing I heard was the United States is literally running out of saltpeter and ammunition. We've been shipping all our ammunition to Ukraine, which means our supply of ammunition is down, our oil is down. Hello, Max. And God Jewel? What does God Jewel mean exactly? Are you from a different country? God Jewel? What's God Jewel? Oh, and Merry Christmas. Okay, God Jewel to you. With us. Yeah, my family's from Norway. Well, originally in the 1800s. We came over by boat. Well, yeah, exactly. See, in America, there's a lot more coming down the pipe, Tony. And since you're going to be leaving soon, I will get to break straight to the point, okay? So basically, without diesel fuel, trucks don't run, trains don't run, buses don't run, planes don't run, tractors don't run, freight trucks don't run, or trains, light rail's limited, public transportation buses don't run, ferries don't run. That means people panic buy and buy everything up at the grocery store. And the government's hiding the whole oil thingy. You have to literally dig it up through different channels to find it. Yeah. So you have to literally look at the big picture here. We're running out of ammo and we're running out of fuel. Then eventually we're going to have a lot more problems than I think. I think martial law is coming down the pipe. I mean, think of it this way. Even school buses run on diesel. Even Higgins, I confirmed that, which is true. So if average cars go to work for average towns, there won't be problems there. But you'll have problems with grocery stores. You're going to have problems with supply and demand for anything going out by freight, truck, or train. You're going to have supply demands on mail. You're going to have supply demand problems for FedEx trucks, UPS trucks. And that means your orders won't be going by Amazon. By the way, Tony, before you sit there and say, oh, this isn't going to be that bad, it doesn't sound bad. Think of it this way. If the supply and demand doesn't get fixed and everyone sucks up everything and then runs to their house and there's no diesel moving, no ferries running, no freight trains running. Freight runs 2/3 food, 1/3 truck. Yeah, so for the country. So think about it. Food shortages, martial law. Oh, didn't I mention the banking collapse? Think of it. The entire nation's banking system would collapse because, yeah. Look, I made the preppers list already. If you want, I'll send you the preppers list again, Higgins. Tony, you're gonna have to look at it because think about it. This is worse than we thought. Chloe threw a fit again. She doesn't realize that without oil, nothing will work. Nothing. Zip. Zappity zilchy. The thing is they can produce petrol faster than they can produce diesel. The problem, Tony, is Americans out there, 90% of Americans own gasoline cars. Okay, gasoline cars. Elon's like, oh, yeah, this is going to be great for business. Not if his factory is shut down because no one's buying his fucking shithole cars because no one can go to work because of it. I mean, he'd have to give everyone $1,000, take $1,000 for his car, and there's only like 400,000 made worldwide. So think about it, 400,000. Now he ain't gonna lose money. Even if you charge $2,000, it ain't gonna work. Thing is, you'd have to put a freaking Tesla car company 4 to 6 factories in every American state just to equal what's going on. Oh, and I forgot to mention, my friend. Without diesel, ambulance don't run. Without diesel, fire trucks don't run. Without diesel, road crews can't run the giant dump trucks and the backhoes and the tractors for the farming. Nothing. Food shortages, farmers can't do their crops. Ambulance drivers can't drive. Fire trucks can't drive. This is basically cripples the entire country. You see? And yet, the U.S. government, Tony, is not bringing this up. This came out this came to us by Bloomberg News this morning. The federal government doesn't even want us to even talk about this. The federal government's keeping this hidden. Your country's keeping it hidden. Europe is keeping it hidden. By the way, did I see there were some crackers in there that wasn't open? Ah, yes. There we go. I'll take some crackers here. This will work. Ooh. A bag that's sealed. I don't even have to take the big one. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Some other snack things. Look at this. I found some crackers today to eat. God's blessed me those. There we go. Sure, y'all munch on these and talk to you guys. Yeah, no emergency services. That means martial law. And oil. See, right now Europe is getting their diesel fuel apparently from Russia. That's the only thing that's keeping things going. Give me my crackers. Damn, things getting harder and harder to open. It must be getting old. Okay. So basically, the bottom line, Tony, brother, is cousin Tony is without diesel, the U.S. government, right? This is that worse than I thought. Oh, look, they didn't get crushed. Mm. Emergency services will be problematic. Everything will. Only martial law would really come. Yum, yum. See a little snack. I mean, literally, I wasn't going to be here today, Tony, but this is bigger news than we all anticipated. You see, she's always talking about going on vacation, right? Remember she said that? Question is, will Zoe be able to go on vacation if she was leaving in November, right? She might be stuck for a month to 6 months. This might just change the whole Christmas tree or Christmas atmosphere, you know? She walks, but she takes the bus, remember? Apparently she's flying to, I don't know where she's going, but she's going to be out of town for the holidays. Or at least November for family. Fortunately, the problem is, if Zoe doesn't know this, is if she goes on vacation, she might be stuck there for who knows how long. I mean, think about it. That means, Tony, no airplanes are going to move. No airplanes. No. No buses, no trains, nothing. So apparently by February, you guys have to, in Europe, you guys have to be fully stocked up in Russian diesel by February when the full embargo takes effect. Well, well, yeah, the U.S. has been exporting a lot of diesel to Europe. I mean, that tells you right there all you guys need to know. Yeah. Uh-oh. So apparently in New York and New England, they're already rationing heating oil. Oh, wow, look at this. Jet fuel shortage leads to flight cancellations in U.S. Hmm. New England may face gas shortage this winter, including natural gas for power plants. They're going to be right. Planes grounded in Cape Town due to fuel shortages. Wow. Well, I don't want to look anymore. We got enough documentation here. I was looking up news info for you guys. Yeah. I don't know what's going to happen to you guys. Yep. Let's see. All right. Bye, Higgins. A Rita story? I don't have any stories today. I've been basically losing my mind today over the fact of the news, Tony. Think about it. I'm losing my mind. I mean, this is worse than we thought. The federal government, isn't it? You want to read a story? Fine. I emailed a message Zoe today telling her there's some grave news coming down the pipe. It was like the beautiful woman that she was more interested in editing photos and not paying attention of a thing that the mainstream media ain't posting. Yeah, so that's the thing, Tony. I mean, we're going to hell. Let's not stress so much as what do we do? I'm going to think about Zoe. She wants to go on this vacation, right? We might not even get Christmas this year, Tony. I mean, has anyone ever thought about the children? Well, no, I don't think of it in that way. I'm talking about the children, families, Christmas presents, all of it wrapped around the Christmas trees Christmas morning like in TV. No presents because the trucks can't move. Well, did you see what Higgins did? He had to leave because he had to go to dinner. Remember, it's Sunday. He's going to dinner with his mom. They're making burgers today. So it wasn't you that caused Higgins to leave. He had to leave because his mom's dinner is in 4 minutes. That's what he said. He didn't leave because of it. It's not your fault, and you're not the problem. But back to the story, okay? I'm stressed because this can affect the entire world. Not just one country, but the world. And you see Europe. It's like Europe and the United States are running out of everything, You're not going to stay in the shadows because if you leave, then I have to leave too. You're here commenting. You're not the problem, Tony. Higgins said, you want me to pin it? Look what Higgins said right here. See, time for me to head over my mom's for dinner. You see? He left because he's got to eat his dinner with his mom. Every Sunday he does this. So don't give me that, but people leave. Zoe ain't here because she's editing photos and taking a nap. I'm here telling the news. Personally, I'd rather be watching TV today. But you're here, so we're good. We can't do anything. That's the thing. Thing is, all we can do is get it out to the world that we're promised. I mean, without diesel, nothing moves. Not even your commercial trucks over there. Even the military vehicles won't move without diesel. I mean, this is bigger than I thought, Mm-hmm. I already read it. 25 days supply, Tony. Yeah, they can't make it fast enough, apparently. Yeah. Nope. Oh, war going on there again. Can you believe that? Anyways, that's the problem. The United States won't slow down on anything. Look at this one, Tom. Federal Reserve raised the interest rate to control financing. Too many people getting credit cards maxing them out and so forth and so on and so on and so on. Yeah. And that's what you think. But really, the United States is a government's out for themselves. I mean, think of it this way. The United States is out for some. By the way, did you hear the other story about the United States? So, in the 1920s to the 1920s to the 19 I don't remember. Yeah. Well, yeah, anyways, eventually we stopped making American-made products over here. That's the story. And when we did, Tony, we turned around and we, quote unquote, started the company that owned businesses over here. We shut down their factory and go to China. So that's why you see a lot of stuff in China. No, basically what the government did was they said, oh, you can have lower taxes if you go and low taxes if you ship everything to China to work on it out overseas. So they did because they didn't like the taxes in this country. So now what happened? Just like England, Scotland, Wales, Ireland, the Americans turn around are having everything imported in, just like you guys, which means supply and demand problems. When it rains, it pours. No. You see, November 17th, the last day of the oil supply reserves. No, thanks. I'm good to go. I can't even get over there. Remember, your country doesn't want me because apparently I said, quote unquote, that your monarchy should be abolished. So now they don't want me there. You see, I'm not allowed to go to England because I'm an anti-monarch because they'd rather see me in jail than basically argue with them. You know, apparently you guys don't have any freedom of speech over there. So I can't move to England. England wants a lot of money. You do know they need like $1 million to literally relocate. It's not going to just be easy where I pack up and go. Trust me, I've looked into leaving this country. It doesn't work. I wish I could leave, man, but I don't even have a passport. It's been so long since I've had one. Besides, I thought we were talking about oil fuel. I mean, thanks for the idea, but I wouldn't even know how to migrate over there. Kind of down in the dumps too a bit because of this whole oil thing. I'm also down in the dumps because well, Zoe's not paying attention to them. I'm worried about Zoe, man. When I think about it, Zoe's, oh look, it's a bunny. Always looking at those little buns. More of the story, you don't trust the fart. The dog had to say the story. That's funny. Well, you have a wife already, and besides, I was gonna go to Chicago and steal Zoe for myself. See, we both have our own agendas, Tony. My problem is I got too much on my plate because, frankly, think about it. I mean, look, in the United States, people got till November 17th to get everything stockpiled and prepped in for winter. I mean, literally, I'm going to have to work triple time just to get everything prepped for winter. I mean, literally. And on top of that, yeah, well, he gets a nice dinner every week. That's the only nice dinner he gets. Most of the time, he's not here, so you want to hear a joke, Tony? It's time to poke the honey badger for this. Picture something like this, right? I'm going to just show you like this, right? Picture something like this, right? These are fully cooked, right? I just got to slap them on a thing and cook them, right? So picture these are cheese sausages, right? These are hot dogs. Are they still good, by the way? I need to eat them up. Yeah, they're good. So picture these hot dogs, right, Tony, my friend? Are his meal. He eats hot dogs like these 6 days a week. So his only dinner that he gets as decent is his mom. His mom cooks. Which reminds me, are these any good still? Need to eat these up soon too. Oh, yes. So, damn. Freezer used by. Hopefully they're still good. Oh, I got two. Yeah. So I guess that's dinner tonight, right there. Those hot dogs. I got 2 cans of chili. Okay, I'll just cook up chili dogs for dinner tonight. See, saves me a hassle of digging up something. So basically, yeah. So with me, I'm having chili dogs for dinner. So there's my dinner already planned. See, didn't have to think about it. But anyways, where was I? Anyways, yeah. So anyways, let's just while Tony's here, let's just you guys go over the prepping list. All right, we got to go through the prepping list because now that we know we might have a diesel fuel shortage problem that's going to hurt everyone, we need to make sure we have the prepping list prepped and ready to go for by November 17th. So I will make a secondary video post tonight about that. Should be short and simple, but for food stockpiles, better get everything in for your food and supplies at least that you need, because this could cripple the country and we don't have enough fuel to go around. Not to mention I live on an island, which means diesel fuel will be short. So talking about food and essential items, the essential items have gone up. So currently, soups that I like sold out. I was just shopping for soup last night and it was sold out. More soup sold out. This is stuff I was looking for. Oh wow, look at this. You can buy it from a third-party seller for $275. You see? And this is why I keep telling you lovely people to keep an eye on things and order appropriately and get her done. Laundry detergent went up in price. Oh, that stuff is... Oh, laundry detergent's now starting to basically go... there's several that sold out. So currently Ziploc bags went up in pricing, and just to let you know. Dried fruits, raisins, and prunes, and dates went up in price again. Protein shakes went up again. I'm just skimming for food. Nuts up again. Flour, again, we have a wheat shortage, up again. Plus, fact, farmers can't get enough diesel that they're not driving the tractor. This stuff here is completely and thoroughly sold out. See, is this one sold out? No, that one's fine. Sold out. Damn. So everything we're looking for right now currently is sold out on the soup section that I just looked at. I mean, this tells you right there there's massive problems. People are still stockpiling. Let's just continue. Oils. Some cooking oil sold out. Sardines. Some of them are running out. Peanut butter. Oh, God. Peanut butter literally is being sucked up. We got a big problem here, people. Now, I manage the prepping list for you. I'm only 40% into the main prepping list I put together as examples. But right now, chicken breast in a can. Pee-wee sent me some. Just basic chicken breast in a can. It's gone through the roof. Other chicken breasts in a can sold out. Same with Vienna sausages. So the chicken breast in a can that is available is being sucked up. Tuna's going up again. They raised tuna again. Mackerels, oysters, Kipper snacks. Some are sold out. They're looking like Kipper snacks are being sold out. The rest of Kipper snacks have been raised. Baby clams, some sold out. The rest went up in price. Sardines and anchovies up in price. Ones that aren't sold out. Vitamins being sold out like crazy. Think of that, vitamins. Brown sugar, brown sugar, granulated sugar, raw sugar, confectionery sugar went up. Real maple syrup went up. Cooking things like salt, pepper, and seasonings, cooking seasonings went up. Bone cubes went up. Batteries went through the roof. Shampoo, conditioner, body wash, dish soap, bar soap, shaving cream, razor blades, all up in price. Essentials. Tylenol and the Tylenol AK is sold out, from what I'm gathering. Pain reliever. Other essentials, pots and canning pots and canning jars went up. Sorry, I'm still zipping through this as fast as I can. Ramen went up in price again. It reminds me today. I'm going to click on this for a second. I have a reason for it. There we go. Toilet paper and paper towels went up again. Some sold out. My favorite ramen, by the way, is sold out. Yeah, so that tells you right there what you need to know. Beans selling out. Other beans went up in price. Canned beans. Bottled water went up in price. Other non-essentials. Smokers sold out again. Coffee went up in price. Canned meats, spams, etc. sold out. So I told you. Evaporated and condensed milk sold out. Mac and cheese sold out. Some of it is. Some went up price. Goldfish crackers went up price. Coats went up price. Bunny food, dog food, 90% of dog food apparently sold out. Bunny food, 70% sold out. Just to let you know. Beef sticks. Meat sticks, jerky sticks, all went up in price. Nuts went up in price. Scanners went up in price. Cashews, other nuts up in price. Canned meats up in price. Canned hams up in price. Spam sold out. Other ramen sold out. Other ramen sold out. Your dehydrated and your freeze-dried foods sold. Some that they've dropped. Some of it dropped in price. Some went up in price. I'm not going to go through the entire list because we're almost at the bottom anyways, but you get the idea. Powdered milk, powdered butter up in price. Other items sold out. Swiss Army knives are selling out. And I always keep a secondary spare backup Swiss Army knife just in case. Tents selling out like crazy. Camp stoves sold out. There's only 2 camp stoves available currently that I can see, and that's for Coleman brand wool blankets down at price. And then you got your food buckets. Oh, and a third camp stove. So there you go. So I don't know about you guys, but I don't know. It's scary. Is this safe in a can, Tony? You tell me. See? Is this safe? This 5-ounce can or no, this is 12.5 ounce. Okay, so see? Is this safe? Yeah. This is safer than Pee-wee gave me this, but yeah, is this safe? Yeah, it is. This stuff is what I'm talking about. This stuff is sold out. See? You're barely holding on with tuna, man. Like this. The government gives us from time to time canned pork. See? Pork in a can. See? Pork in a can. Oh, that's pasta sauce down here. Move around. Great. Use that for my breadsticks at least. Plenty Chloe the other day about that. Mac and cheese is getting harder and harder to get a hold of too, everyone. I was just looking over the food supplies. Well, that stuff is part of the emergency prepping kit. I won't tap into any of my prepping stuff. Canned pork is canned chicken. Some of my ramens, I mean, look. One of my prepping tools I keep on hand. Pasta salad. See, in a box. I can just mix this up, put it in the fridge, and I got pasta salad with bacon. Another thing that I truly like. See? Macaroni and cheese. This is sealed, of course. See, what I do is I buy the mac and cheeses, right? And what you do is as you eat them, Tony, you open the box up. 4 individual mac and cheeses for prepping purposes. Add a little milk and you got dinner. I also keep cases and cases and cases and cases, Tony, of this stuff. Let me show you. Cases and cases of this. Sealed up. Ramen. Want other cases? Cases and cases of ramen. This box here, more ramen. Not to mention more ramen sitting in my office, stacked in boxes. I also have two more cases of ramen down there. Not to mention chilies, raviolis, pastas, etc. I keep this stuff as cases too in the office. Teriyaki and soy sauce. Also, let me just tell you, stuff like this, Tony, canned broth makes a good meal. Throw in a couple cans of corn, a couple green beans, whatever else you have vegetable-wise, slow cooking, you can make a soup for dinner that night. Pastas. Other prepping tools, raisins. Other prepping things, macaroni noodles. Other prepping stuff, spaghetti and linguine. Another long shelf staple, peanut butter. That's selling out like hotcakes. Oh, that. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. We have so much peanut butter stocked up, not to mention more and more cans of pork. You could take meals like this, green beans, black beans, and you can make green beans, kidney beans, black beans soup. You can do a black bean soup, kidney bean soup, green bean soup. You can do corn soup. I mean, if you're struggling, you can turn your own canned corn with some chicken broth into dinners. Plain and simple. Excuse me one second. Pee. right, peeps. So hopefully Zoe comes in. If not, oh well. I'm not a professional. I just know what I'm doing because I've been prepping for so long. The main thing, ugh. Oh. I'm not a professional. Let me just put it this way, okay? I'm here to give you guys information. That's it. Fortunately, the problem we have in this country is, but not limited to, the prepping problem at hand. The hell are they squabbling about this time? So, bottom line is the American people have to worry, right? There's too many people out there that don't want to, that you know, that when you prep, you put together your prepping kit, food, water, etc. Now, water is getting expensive. That's another thing. You need to have at least 30-day supply of water, or you go bye. At least 30 days, depending on if you're on a well or not. What's this? This news. This is dumb. So apparently the government, here's something, it's Higgins ain't around, right? So let me just tell you this. So the government is supposedly, if you vote Republican, supposedly Social Security is going to be cut. And again, they're talking about the Social Security cuts again. And they're all sitting there saying, well, we're elected, we're going to cut Social Security. Cool. You're a professional. I'm just crap in the gutter. No, you're not crap in the gutter, Tony. Don't belittle yourself. You want crap in the gutter? Go look at me, literally. Shit fit yesterday, thinking today was going to be good, and then throws a shit fit about politics again. It's like they won't shut up about politics. I think they should clean their fucking room, put a miniature fridge in there then. Which reminds me, I need to price out a mini fridge for her and a microwave. You know, because I'm getting tired of the bullshit. I don't need a cooler fridge. I need a fridge. I don't need something that travels that holds sodas. I mean, an actual miniature refrigerator. I mean, if I could just get a miniature refrigerator, it would be good. There we go. And what we do is you go low to high, and then I can choose what I'm looking for without. And I don't want these guys sitting there trying to give me things. You know what? Let's just freaking do by freaking featured, because these guys are being douche nuggets and telling me I can't go by price. There we go. I used to have one myself, looked like that. That was pretty cool. Love that mini fridge. I had my own mini fridge at home. A microwave too on the top of it. It was pretty good. Two-door refrigerator. Here we go. Knocked it down again. Here we go. No, that one looks okay. Couldn't wrap it up though. Oh, there's an RCA. That isn't bad, but that's more money than Frigidaire. There's another RCA. I'll have to look at brand. Tony's probably sitting there. What the fuck? Yeah. I was looking at a miniature fridge. Reason for it is I was thinking of sticking it in Chloe's room with a microwave. She's like, oh, but you live in the living room. It's my room. You turn my office into a storage room. Well, it's not my problem. Yeah, it is. Oh, look, Frigidaire. Yeah, that works. Well, refrigerator for Chloe, it's about $240. Oh, temporary out of stock. What the hell? Everyone, I just want to say for the record, shopping for a refrigerator must be a pain in the ass. Didn't think that these would be sold out. Oh, this looks cute. I like the color too. Anyways, we're looking at other things that just look like they're getting more and more expensive. I prefer brands, anyways. Hey, that looks cool. What was that, dude? Oh, wow. It's a miniature counter refrigerator with a little mini freezer. It goes in the counter and you don't see it. Anyways, I'm sorry. I don't need to buy a refrigerator. It's glass door that shows beer. Would be interesting. What's in there? Beer. Why do you got beer? Because I can. All these mini fridges that holds nine soda pops. Like that's a real refrigerator. We'll just go brand name RCA. They're like charging the Danby and RCA is going through the damn roof. It seems. All I wanted was a Frigidaire. Ooh, this looks cute though. I like the color though. So that this one ships in 2 to 3 days. I can see myself buying one of those. I like the color too, by the way. The color is great color. Never heard of that brand though, but you know what? I'd buy it probably just because. I saw a couple other prepping tools I thought about adding to the preppers thing. Let me see if I can find it again. Something I thought was really cool the other day. I thought they don't make those anymore, and that's a newer model. I was like, well, yeah, they do. But I couldn't find it yet again. Oh, here it is. They still sell them after all these years. Cool. They also have it in my color. So let me tell you about this cool thing, right? There's this thing, right, where you get this little barrel, right? It's a prepper's tool. What you do is you put your clothes in it, and then you actually I could. Anyways, you put your clothes in it, right? And then you seal the lid, and you just do it like this, right? When you're done, you hang your clothes up, and they dry, so you can do like manual washing, you know. And if you wanted a dryer, you could just buy yourself a dryer, put the vent out the window. It works. Don't know how it worked though, but it seems cool, you know. Yeah, exactly. You see, and then you buy a microwave, right? And you just put it in there, and then microwave in a refrigerator, and then you don't have sear. That's what I was thinking. Get that room cleaned up, and then buy a basic microwave and stick it in there, and be like, "Here you go." Wonder how much a Frigidaire microwave's going for? Yep, there you go, $300. Forget that, dude. Black and Decker, they make it. They probably make a decent microwave. Just collect on this. Yeah, here we go. $120 to $99. Oh. Mm-hmm. Yep. So that is what I would do right there. Microwave and a refrigerator. Buy all refrigerating food to stay in. Then again, probably the police would say something like, "Oh, you can't do that." Yeah, I can. Turn my office into a storage room, so I'm living out here. I mean, literally, yeah, if she wants to be on the internet, let her be on the internet. Just keep that damn place clean. Use the damn microwave. Microwave and a refrigerator. Is there anything else you need? Oh, you need one of these? Fine. I mean, no offense, Tony, but the truth is, she just followed her heart and didn't even talk about politics. She would be a better person. You know. See, the Cowboys won tonight's game. Cowgirls. Seattle. Let's see. I'm looking for. Okay, so Miami hasn't done it yet. Oh. So Miami hasn't started yet. Ooh. What's the standings right now? I'm curious about that. The Bills, they're number 1. Pittsburgh, damn. Dallas is. Oh, Eagles are doing better than most people. That's cool. Out of 14 games, they've won 6 already. 6 wins, 0 losses. Interesting to see who goes to the Super Bowl in February. If there is a Super Bowl. No, I nicknamed them the Cowgirls, but they're called the Cowboys. They're in Texas. Yeah, they won. My team, the Seattle Seahawks, is playing right now. They're ahead. Hoy's team, the Steelers, haven't played yet, so. Reminds me, Tony, let's go look up something else real quick. Because one more game today. And the Yanks, is it the Yanks? Woo! Phillies are going to the World Series. Hoorah! Between Houston and the Yanks now. Currently, the Yanks are. Well, where is the Yanks currently?
Let's get the Reds out so we can defrost them.
Houston hasn't played yet. Yeah, okay. Give me a second. I'm doing something. So the Yanks are playing tonight. Yeah, they're playing. I don't know. It doesn't show them playing right. Oh, there's a delay, I guess. Rain delay, maybe? Yes! Which ones do you want?
I guess I could go with.
Look at that. 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 Look at that chart.
Yeah, I see it.
World Series. The
Wow.
Phillies. Yeah. Phillies. Yeah. Phillies. My main team's going to the World Series. Yeah. Beep, beep, Evo. Here we go. Oh yeah, Phillies won. They're going to the World Series. Everyone, the Phillies are going to the series. That just leaves the Yanks or Houston. But with them being delayed, well, And then there's a delay with the Steelers. By the way, the Steelers haven't. They start playing in 2 hours. So 2 hours, and I put on the Steelers game. Yep, the Cubs didn't get into the World Series. They were in the wild card game, but the Phillies have won. I said it'd be an interesting game. Phillies Houston, it'd be an interesting one. Oh yeah, the Phillies are going to the series. Look at this. That Scottish woman I complained about yesterday. More than a woman, what she says. He says.
So he thinks he's a woman.
Love my big ones. Really, they're fake.
Muffy, you're a cute dog. You're the best dog in the world, Pumps. Ugh.
Well, how about this one? Too many people wasting my time on here. Just unfollow me and move on. So she's trying to basically use Instagram as a place to make money.
Yeah, trannies do that. Look at me, I'm making a lot of money. I'm a real woman.
Person hasn't made enough money already, you know. Well, it is good, Tony. I mean, literally, it's good to know that the World Series is going. The Phillies are going to the series. Yeah, pulled foo out anyway. This foo, By the way, I found some more pasta sauce going through the pantry, so I can use pasta sauce with my breadsticks that are sitting in the freezer. Quick meal, by the way, is simple. You just cook some breadsticks up, and then you dip it in the marinara and eat it. You can do that with mozzarella sticks too, by the way. Yeah, well, Bun's case is a freezer. Yeah, well, I already pissed off Instagram woman today. I posted a pic already of me today, Tony. My answer on Instagram was the best one yet. Of course, my thing on Instagram was a real woman doesn't need to prove herself. She has pure confidence. Of course, I may have pure confidence, but the damn administrator of one form is being a dick today. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, the Instagram tranny is, the Instagram tranny, And they keep pissing in there, you know. I mean, literally, they're saying unfollow me, move on. Really? the funny thing is they don't watch my channel, so there you go. They're being land-based from Scotland, or from the U.S. to Scotland. Anyways. So, it's an interesting thing. Yeah, I have a freezer, Tony. That's why I can pull food out from anywhere. You know, this reminds me, next week Safeway ad, I'm just going to see if there's any more pork deals. Not that it matters. I just want to see if they've updated the thing for preview for next week. They usually give us a preview of next week, which reminds me, my phone, is it on or is it off? It's off. All right. Because I know my sister will want to talk at 7 again. Nope, the weekly ad hasn't, but we did cash in on some grape ribs, so. Yeah, too cheap. I don't believe in smartphones. I'm too cheap. I prefer this little phone. A woman's confident with one of these. I guess my sister didn't email me, message me today. Oh well. Sad. So sad. Oh, that was my sister. All right. So I guess I get to spend the day watching TV. The sister ain't talking tonight. I just can't believe about pricing, things going through the damn roof. Whoops, I didn't want to turn that on. Oh, yeah, so I got my spicy ramen ready to fire up soon. I just gotta make it. What's that smell? Is that bleach?
Yeah, it's spraying a spider. Don't worry, I'll get rid of the smell. Trying to kill a spider. I think it might be a black widow, I'm not sure.
You're not supposed to breathe in.
Okay, it's not being sprayed anymore. I'm gonna throw this stuff away in the trash. Don't knock that over. Don't worry. Look, the smell will be going away soon.
Chloe sprayed some bleach on a spider, supposedly. Didn't ventilate anything and just sprayed.
I'm trying to kill it.
Just use your shoe.
It was in somewhere where a shoe couldn't go into. Thing would just get away. Not letting it get away this time. I'm gonna move everything if I have to get to the spider. The spider's been doing this for a few months now. Been crawling in and out of places for its own survival. Well, I don't know how slow this thing up. Alright. This thing. It ran away from me before. Not letting it happen this time. It's going to be poisonous. And I am arachnophobic. Sure. There it is. There it is. Dude, look at that.
Because it could be a black widow, Tony. That's the reason why she's killing it.
It's black, alright. I think I might see. Dude, there's a red
Does it
dot.
got a red dot on it?
I think I might see a red dot. This thing's gotta die. It's a female black widow. It's gotta die. I can't let it live in the house. Oh, I see her. She's right there. She is right there. I'm going to spray her again. There. There she is. She's moving. She's going underneath that trash thing. Oh, there she is. Oh, she dropped. She had dropped. Let's take a look at her. Oh, we can't. Let's take her like
Cow.
I'm not. Wait, don't move. Don't move. Don't touch the thing. Don't touch her. Don't think she's still alive. But she bite. I got it.
Well, we know if it was red or not.
Dude, I saw a red spot on it. It's a small female black widow. It makes a lot of sense because I saw the other day a male black widow.
Well, did you kill the male black widow?
Yeah, I killed him. Don't worry, okay? Don't mock me for killing a spider.
I'm not.
Spiders are poisonous. I'm sure you wouldn't be mocking me if I killed a Sydney funnel web. Would you?
Mm-mm.
If you mock me for doing that, I would really be angry. Because those things would kill you. In less than an hour, you're dead. That spider's dead. That spider is dead.
They are not insects. Their deadly poison is said to be 15 times stronger than a rattlesnake venom.
What is?
The black widow.
Yeah. Spiders are not insects either. They're arachnids.
They only meet to only breed.
What's that?
They only meet to breed, is what it says.
Yeah, and they kill their male partner. They kill the male. The female kills the male, eats him. She kills him and eats him. With male black widows, once they have sex, that pretty much signals the end of their life. They want it. They want the sex.
Hmm.
They're willing to risk their life to have sex. This is how bad they want it. They want it that bad. They're programmed. It's their male hormones saying, hey, have sex with that female black widow. She might kill you, but at least it's worth it. So yeah, that was a female. I don't think she's bred yet.
Yeah, it's a black widow. Yeah. Funnel web will kill you in 45 minutes. That's why they're very careful. If you lived in Australia, you'd know to stay away from those damn son of a bitches.
His head is dripping out of fangs. Oh, have you heard of the Japanese funnel web?
No.
They're found near Tokyo.
Apparently, Chloe doesn't like spiders. It's one of her fears, so she killed it.
Yeah. They're pretty much, they look similar to a Sydney funnel web, but they're not as deadly as a Sydney. Sydney's the most poisonous. I've always been arachnophobic.
No, she doesn't like spiders. I don't like bats, but you don't see me killing a bat. My husband killed 2 bats. I think it was 3 he killed. There was this giant smoke, right? So one day I walked out of my door, walked down to get the trash, and as I was going upstairs, I looked at it and I was like, I opened the door. My husband is coming from his apartment. He snores. I'm on the balcony. I said, "Get up here." He gets up there and he said, "What's wrong?" I said, "Did you notice it?" He said, "No." Look outside the door and there's this bat like this. So he goes to the manager. Manager says, "Don't worry, we'll take care of it." Manager has to pressure wash. Pressure washing a bat. It didn't move. Eventually, my husband made a spear and killed it. He's like, Rita hates those things with a passion. Mm-hmm.
Bat.
It'd sit there and it'd be like, as they're going by the door. And I'm like, I'm not leaving my house. Well, I didn't leave for like 4 days. Finally, I killed it. Threw it in the dumpster. And then, like a week later.
You share the same fear that Bruce Wayne shares. Fear of bats. That's why he got his name Batman. And,
See, you hate slugs. That's why you put a little salt on it and you watch them shrivel up like.
I hate spiders. I'll squash a spider, or I'll spray it first with some chemicals, right? Watch it like its arms curl up while it dies, and squash it, flush down the toilet. I do not like. I just cannot be anywhere where there's a bunch of
My 2 fears is bats and bees.
I've seen people afraid of snakes.
Not me. I had a snake once. I was fishing once with Val, my buddy. Told me to go fish over here. I was fishing away until I realized there was a rattlesnake den. I had to back away slow, and I said, "You know, there's a rattlesnake den." He said, "No." Yeah. So then, I was backing away, and at one time in an area with rattlesnakes, they were zipping and zapping like a racer. My friend says, "Oh, but this is not gonna be good for you, Rita. They're going for it." And I'm like, "What were you saying? What are you using?" 45 shot shell. And then one day I was fishing away in an area. and they had rattlers, bunch of rattlers. And he's like, be careful. I'm like, don't worry about it. So I'm fishing away, and there's snake, right? And I'm on one side, and he's flagging his grandson. Flagging me down. Guy wanted to be in the Marines. I don't remember his name. He's like, Rita, and I'm like sitting here fishing away, and my husband said he's flagging you. So my husband walks over to him and says, what's wrong? Snake zipping across the lake going towards Rita. Bubby's like, I wouldn't worry about it. And he's like, Rita's going to be bit. Watch. Zipping across the lake. I go, thing goes. They looked at me and they said, where'd you put that? It's a Derringer. It holds 410 shotgun shells and 45. So it's dead and I'm alive. It was coming for me. So I was like, you know what? Out there in the desert, you can hunt them because, frankly, if they come after you, it's self-defense. So I was like, oh, well. And they were looking at me. I was wearing this vest with all these pockets, and they're like, well, where the hell did that come from? Simple. I like the Derringer, man. That little snake thing. You just pull it out. I hear they're going so damn expensive, I think they're like $900 now. They raised the prices on them, I think. Bond, the Bond, oh, there it is, the Bond arms. That's what I was talking about. The Bond arms. Now, that's a cool Derringer. The Bear Man. I like, ooh. That's all you need right there. $159, man. 38 special. Which one's that? 380? No, I don't want a 380. Okay, hold on. That's a 38 special. Ooh, It's got a trigger guard. That's what I love right there. There we go. America's first Derringer. What, they made too many of them now? Come on, dude. What the hell happened? $45 long Colt. There we go. Price is perfect, and I can afford it too. That would be just perfect for self-defense, for freaking. And why the hell did? Oh, that's considered the Rowdy. Cool. I'll take the Rowdy. That's a cool name. The Rowdy. Patriot, $600. Can't believe that. And then you got the Patriot. The Rustic Defender. Oh, I like that one there with the long handle. That's pretty long, yeah. Oh, dude, the higher you go, protect the Second Amendment. The Mama Bear. The Papa Bear. I'll take the Papa Bear. That's cool. Papa Bear. The Texan. I wonder what the difference is. They look pretty damn big. I think those cost more money just because of the Century 2000. There we go. Let's look at these real quick. I like this one. This one's cool. The Rowdy. You would never need it, just in case, for home defense right there. Yeah, there we go. Not available in California. Let me see what else they have. Patriot, that's kind of. No, I don't want an American flag if I'm going to be carrying something like that. The barrel length's 3 inches. Okay, length's 5 inches. That's about right. This one's, again, the Patriot. No, I don't want the Patriot. Sorry. Now, I want to know about that one, the Rustic Ranger. Okay, so this one's got a 4.5 inch barrel. Okay. Shoots just a mighty farther. It's got a trigger guard. That's perfect. This is more money because they put the Second Amendment on the barrel. Sorry, dude. That ain't what I'm looking at. But that's cool. They got a bear for a grip. It's called the Papa Bear. Hmm. No, I want anything with the state of Texas on it. Sorry, dude. And that one's 21 ounces, 20 ounces. That's got Texas char. Nah, I think I'll just stick with the that one, the Rowdy. Yeah, the Rowdy looks good. It's got a safety and everything. Yeah, it's perfect. Yeah, see? Perfect. Find a dealer. Okay, I want to find a dealer. You gotta be kidding me. Hmm. So you're no better? Well, we're only human, dude. The vent's on so I can vent out the stuff. I love this guy. I like that. We're only human, Tone. Plain and simple, you know. Yeah, so I thought it was funny, dude. I might have emailed someone for tomorrow. I have a question to ask a company, so I might as well get it done. Or a question about something, so. Hmm. We're all normal, Tony. That's the thing. Anyways. I don't know. Regeneration. Yeah, well. I hate when they tell me I gotta. Hmm. Wow. No, I guess Tony left because he's so quiet. I guess I'll be getting out of here too now, I guess. Nothing more to do except cook up my ramen and have some lunch. Yep. Turn on the...
You're gonna have some lunch soon?
Yeah, I got my chair ready to go.
Okay. All right. All right. So you got your chair. So you're gonna eat here. Put your soup on here.
Yep. Apparently they all voted for the spicy stuff.
Are you eating the spicy stuff? Nice.
As long as my pot gets cleaned, I'll keep making ramen for lunch, people.
What was I gonna do?
I hate slug. Chloe basically picks nails up, puts them on the side so no one steps on them.
Yeah. I do it with slugs too. I just pick them up so people don't step on them.
Hey, Mom, how you doing?
I do it with worms too. I pick up a lot of any little creature on the sidewalk. I pick them up and put them somewhere safer. So they don't get stepped on. This is all empty. I'm taking these with me. I'm gonna consolidate if there's any here.
All right, people, here's the plan. I got to go do one video before I leave. So it's a prepping video, so stay tuned for it. Thanks for watching. Please add and subscribe. Please post comments, leave feedback, suggestion. Hit the like and subscribe button. Hoping some fun for your family, including your dogs, your cats, your bunnies, your service dogs, your service bunnies. Hit the bell notification bell. The thumbs up button. Hit the subscribe button. Just leave the comments nice as all we ask. Thank you and God bless you in everything you do.